start with Storm Lockout stuff with Legion to begin today, but I definitely want to play him in just like decks full of generically good cards with him being a piece of top end. Like I would bet that there's like the Kitty control deck we've talked about before really likes decent 5-drops to play on turn 6 alongside Kitty. So I think that's something I'm interested in doing. You could be the stature Black Bolt deck, sure. You could play Legion plus stature on 6. That seems like a fine shout as well. Storm Lockout game plan is iffy in a meta full of magic. Well, it shouldn't be your only game plan, right? So like this deck has a way to put numbers onto the board while also having this as a thing it can do. But I would agree, if you think the only way your deck ever wins a game is Storm into Legion, you're probably gonna have a bad time. Legion Nexus works so the leftmost one gets added to these, gets added back. Is that how it works? Where's the optimal one? I think it's you play here and they resolve I think this is the one that's most profitable to play your stuff at. I believe is my understanding. I could also just go for the full lockout here. With the Sunspot draw, it's kind of appealing to go for a lockout. The cube equity on waiting is better, though. I think. Okay, we'll do this, and then I could, like, Legion into Miles here. So, if I Legion first, I don't get to double Miles, but Silk being in the center is better than Silk being on the right, right? I believe is how this works. Oh, but they're gonna play cards too. But no, this is fine the way they sequence, right? Okay. Some numbers occurred. there were some numbers in play. Don't ask me to explain why the numbers are what they are. I can't help you right now. I'll sit down and think about it later for the YouTube video, but you know, we'll need a deep dive. Yep. Hey, Spyro, thanks for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. So you're playing with Legion stuff too. Chat, if you're looking for an excellent content creator that's often doing snap stuff even before I'm online in the mornings, be sure to give Spyro there a follow. You can click the little heart above chat to follow them. Snapping me. Sinister London is pretty good for them. I feel like I'm supposed to just not give this to them. I think both of these locations are much better for them than they are for us. Just gonna give up the 1 cube. Escaped. Yeah, they have priority here, which means if they just like play Colleen Wing on Sinister London and have Swarm, we just like get completely hosed and Iceman doesn't do anything. We're definitely supposed to leave there. Hey, Mr. Salmonella, thank you for the 15 months. Welcome back. Good morning, good morning. Angela into the Necrotia because we'll play things that bounce them off of her, I think. Huh? I snapped though. I think this is good for us. Play this too, because why not? Yeah, playing into mines is solid here. Honestly, I should probably play the, what's it called, into the mines too. I'm gonna play the Nightcrawler rather than the armor, because this soaks 1 on the sunspot, which means if my soak goes right, we win there. Wow, what a fucking hand. I probably should have left. I'm gonna be honest, chat, I wasn't paying attention to, what they discarded. If I knew. If I would have seen that they discarded Swarm, we'd have left there. They discarded Gambit. We discarded Sunspot.
Opponent snapped.
I think my hand's fine. I'm gonna stay. I think their snapping because Swiss Tower is bad for Silk, but I have armor. Great, I can't play here on 3. Yeah, no plays on 1, 2, or 3. They're 100% just in because of this. Doran, thank you for the 4 years. Glad you're enjoying the YouTube stuff still. Good to have you back. Mr. Salmonella, thank you for the 15 months. Good morning, good morning. Two, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Three Deuce, appreciate the 13 months. It's gonna be Modoc. Apocalypse too. They do not. Okay. Wait, they didn't have Apocalypse, right? They're just gonna play the Chavez though, right? We do this. I think they Chavez one of these two. They'll play 2 swarms here, and then we beat the 2 swarms here. Why did they Chavez left to get us? Why did Chavez left to get us? I Chavez straight. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we're ever, like, catching the Chavez in their hand. I think they're playing the Chavez out every time because it's just correct to. They know we have Legion. But I think most of the time they don't play Chavez here and they play Chavez for one of these two. We would have lost if they would have played Chavez here and then, like, 2 swarms in either of these, but I think that's a pretty unlikely permutation for them to play out. Okay, so they gotta win one of the next 3. Or sorry, they gotta win the next 3 in a row, and we have to win one of the next 3. Apologies. I think I'm gonna vibe on this Iceman, so that way I can Craven into Silk Iceman on 3. Waiting on the Iceman also has value because it gives it slightly more chance to hit, gives it slightly more chance to hit, what's his name? Modoc, yeah. I'm gonna armor. I'm gonna Iceman. And at this point, because we know they have Gambit, I'm gonna armor my Craven. Cock block the Gambit. Did I buy Legion or did I open a Spotlight Cache? I will not be opening Spotlight Caches for Series 4 cards. It's the TLDR. God damn it, Silk. This is the reason we can't have nice things. This Storm's not useful. I think I'm gonna YOLO this game a bit. There's no reason for you to move the Jeff proactively, right? Perfect. They played into DC, so she gets out of there too. Yeah, it's fine. Never lucky. Okay, at least they are similarly never lucky. Oh, then we're guaranteed to be drawing Chavez, we know. Sure are. Hey, Ray, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. Appreciate that.
Victory.
If Sakaar puts legions into play, do the other Sakaars trigger? I believe it depends on where on the board Sakaar is. So if it's a left side Sakaar, the other Sakaars trigger. If it's a center Sakaar, the right side Sakaar would trigger. And if it was a right side Sakaar, the other ones would not, because the locations resolve left to right. I think that one depends on the position. Does it just not? It could also not work at all. My expectation would be it would depend on where the Sakaar is. But that's one of those things where Marvel Snap doesn't have a consistent rulebook or anything like that, so the expectation versus the reality of what happens can often differ. I had a left Sakaar and my Legion and my mid and right Sakaars triggered. And that would be my expectation. From my understanding of the Marvel Snap rules, I would expect a left side Sakaar to trigger the second two, the center to only trigger the right, and the right not to trigger any. The gameplay was exactly the same. Do you think there's an IP you'd prefer instead of Marvel? Nah, not really. I'm not really super big into any individual fandoms. I also think you could almost assuredly attribute some of the success of Marvel Snap, probably a good chunk of it, to the IP itself. I also think the top-down design of Marvel characters is something that makes the game better too. Like I would be surprised if there's other IP out there that has as many good top-down designs as Marvel does in terms of characters. Derek Hunter, thank you for the 2 months of Prime. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Good morning, folks. Appreciate those helping us stay above our ad-free goal for August. On track to hit that 2,500 subs for the month again. And a good IP won't keep people playing a bad game, but a good IP will get more people in the door to figure out that the game is good and see it for themselves firsthand. So it gets you initial eyeballs, and it gets you to people like click the download button initially, but you'd have a good game past that as well. I was not into card games at all before this game. Yeah, that's not a super uncommon thing. I think one of the things Snap did really well is Snap made this type of card game genre more accessible to more people, because Snap bucks a lot of the traditional things that other card games do. It's one of the reasons why it was so successful. We have a video where you discuss the value of new bundles. Yeah, you can always come into my chat and type !bundles. Currently a review for July and August up on the channel. David Coolman, thank you for the 2 months of Prime. Appreciate that. As Legion with flooding works. Legion with the flooding works the way we want it to work. If we storm on 4 and then Legion on 5, everything gets flooded. I'm also going to move my Jeff the Baby Land Shark this turn, because my play is going to be Storm plus Miles into Legion on 5. You have any of the August releases are going to be Series 4. So current data mines have none of the August releases as Series 4, but also take that with a grain of salt. Take that with a grain of salt because, what's the word I'm searching for? Because we don't know, there's going to be a patch between now and then. So if we Legion the flooding here, all of these become flooded and the game ends on turn 5. They did Swordmaster discard their Modoc, so we should be in a decent spot here. Okay. Hey, 3 cards in hand. Hit me, dealer. You expect Iron Lad to go down Series 4 in August. I don't have any expectations for card downgrades because we have no historical basis to go off of.
Victory.
Until we have some data points, no real speculation. My only speculation regarding card downgrades is I would expect bad cards to downgrade quickly. So, Snowguard, Howard the Duck, those types of cards. I think Legion is likely a very playable Marvel Snap card. Got Silk pinned with 17,000 tokens. I think it's time to pull trigger. I think Silk is an excellent use of your resources. She's a great card.
Enough said, bub.
I'm cravening. So that way if Silk jumps middle, she gets bigger. balls. If they play Modok, we win the game, right? Because we'll be winning in 2 out of the 3. Sounds good. This card is so sweet, chat.
Victory.
It's the perfect card. It really... I'm only 25 minutes in, but that might be the case. Both a mixture of Gene being kind of disappointing and playing with it a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if at the end of the month we conclude this is the best card to release this month. It is also worth noting that I think this month's releases are a little bit on the weak side. I think next month's releases on average look stronger. I think there's a good chance Legion is going to be the best release this month. So, Phoenix Force is... Oh, the Silk's a little bit Monka with the Oscorp Tower. I might have made a mistake here. Might be retreating for one.
Enough said, bub.
So, Phoenix Force is actually really an interesting thought because, what's the word I'm searching for? I actually think despite Phoenix Force getting a significant buff in this patch, I think Phoenix Force is actually worse than it was previously, in large part due to the fact that, due to the fact that the metagame shifted. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'm supposed to store Bleach in the Nebula? Undercover Hippo, thank you for the 23 months. Welcome back.
Aid my hand.
That's unfortunate. Yeah, I probably should have played it here. Okay, Boomer, calm down. Slow your roll. Is Jeff worth 6K? The value of cards in Marvel Snap is a purely subjective measure, and no one can tell you what a card is worth to you individually. Jeff is arguably one of the best 2-drops in Marvel Snap, but you could always get it for less if you wait. So is it worth it? That depends. Is it worth it to you to have sooner access to it? Snappier as we fill up the raft ahead of them. Oh, this actually works out cleanly because now, they also get to fill here, but, my silk gets to bounce out of here, which is nice. I can't fill another raft, chat. How do I Legion raft and fill? Do I leader now, or do I wait to leader when they're gonna play their big thing next turn? I'm supposed to wait to leader. Oh yeah, if we lead her now, we probably Modoc our hand. Good call out. Just a 16 power apocalypse, eh?
Victory.
Out of here. Little did they know you were on a heater. Yep. Do you have any interest in Spotlight variants? No. I know some content creators go like absolutely ham spending piles of money on cosmetics, and like, well, I'm an occasional 1200 gold variant enjoyer. The actual monetary price of intentionally spending Spotlight caches on variants is like disgustingly more than $20 a pop. Knacker, thank you for the 49 months. Welcome back. Because like anytime you spend collector's tokens or Spotlight caches explicitly just chasing variants, that's more resources I would have to pump in to. That's more resource variants I would have to pump in for, I would have to pump in to get cards later. Or show your infinite tickets. Listen, if you think the number of infinite tickets I have available on my count is somehow relevant to how you feel about this stream, you're in the wrong place. We play Marvel Snap for fun here, and I'd encourage you to do the same. You're looking for someone sweaty where they ascribe their value as a human being and their enjoyment of Marvel Snap to their number of infinite tickets, I'd recommend you go watch someone else. Pseudo Pally, thank you for the 35 months. Welcome back. Stand up for a little bit. Why would that even be your first message? Because some people really think that being successful at a card game means you're like a smart or good person or something like that. It's fucking weird. To demonstrate your value to me. Legion is an incredibly sweet Marvel Snap card. Speaking of. Hey, thanks for the 7 months, Guest Gaming. Welcome back. Appreciate that. What are they doing? Okay, how about I Sunspot the Bar Sinister and then we Elysium, we Legion the Elysium to make everything else cheaper. They could be Cerebro. Cerebro with Hazmat could maybe get me into trouble here. Yes, the Mooster Fantastic means they are certainly Cerebro too. So do I Legion the Elysium or do I wait to turn it off as a surprise on the last turn? I think it's turn 6 Legion to turn off Limbo. Oh no! Punished! Get porked, Jet. Get porked. Oh no, a 3-8. Yeah, that's fair.
Wind, aid my hand.
They need Cerebro plus Mystique to beat us on the left. And if they Cerebro Mystique tier, we'd win the right, unless they also have a 1-drop with it. Okay. When your hub's looking good. I've been playing this middle. Maybe we're supposed to play her on the left. I'm a little surprised that Echo doesn't have a reminder animation. We're supposed to snap them here. Our hand's really solid. The Nidvaler is bad for them too. It's too late to snap now.
Victory.
Storm and Cerebro, they win mid, sure, but then how are they winning the left or right?
Oh, snap.
I think this is a snap. I think we fill the Gamma Lab on 3, and then we Storm Legion on 4-5. Hey, Frost Guardian, thank you for the over 2 years. Welcome back. Appreciate it. And this is actually a great draw because it means that I can Sunspot on the Storm path to try and guarantee that win. Okay, with that in mind, we'll do this. We'll put the Sunspot in the middle where they're likely to contest.
Wind, aid my hand. Wind, aid
And
my
that's both their bits of location interaction. So with Legion here, we should be good to go. From 7 turns down to 5, chat.
Victory.
Are Spotlight Cash variants or Collector's Token variants more expensive? So, Collector's Tokens variants are guaranteed to be the same price. Spotlight Cash variants are variable depending on how long it takes you to get the one you want, right? That's the whole thing about the Spotlight Cash addition to the game is we don't know exactly how much things cost because they had a variable element to it. Still similar to Leech Leader, well, you didn't get a turn 6. I think it's more comparable to Zabu Double Spider-Man. Not that that's necessarily a glowing endorsement of what's going on here, but the August Spotlight Cash schedule out yet? Yep, I have a full review of all the upcoming caches here. They snapped me back. Okay. We have Luke Cage, the negative zone. Do this, and then we Legion plus Miles in the last turn. Get rid of Limbo. Rather soak on the sunspot here. Appreciate that ordering for us. Thanks. Get scammed by Silk and Craven. Legion is scamming Limbos like it's his job, Chip. I think it was very clever of Second Dinner to give us like 4 days of a turn 7 metagame, and then they're like, oh, by the way, this card is coming that's really strong, into that gets scammed. It's also worth noting that it really highlights why the timing on the magic buff was good, because like magic buff, before the magic buff, she would really be unplayable before Legion. Like this card would have made 5 mana magic completely unplayable. I'm getting a lot of lag at 1080p source. That's either on your end or Twitch's end. Check your hardware, check your browser, check your bandwidth. They have dropped 0 frames. I'd like to dedicate Legion to all of the many mouth breathers who were in here asking me if magic needed to be nerfed as of yesterday. The answer is a resounding no. Appreciate everybody hanging out today, by the way. I'd like to give a shout out to our new sponsor on the stream, TH3D. They do 3D printing accessories. They sell things like filaments, easy bed leveling kits, and premium control boards for a variety of popular 3D printers. Check them out there using my affiliate link for an easy way to support the stream. They are a small business located here in the Midwest. Let's dive on into some more Legion gaming, huh? Is Legion worth it without Jeff and Silk? I don't think this particular build of Legion is worthwhile without at least Jeff. Angela and Craven in this deck don't work without, you know, some number of enablers. You probably get away without Silk, but Jeff is pretty important. Into 3D printing. I've done a little bit of it. I've got a printer set up in my home that we've used before. But I actually, speaking of bed leveling, I need to, we rearranged the office that was set up and I haven't had a chance to like re-level the bed to get it set up and doing stuff with. What does mouth breather mean? Mouth breather is just like a generic annoying person insult. How can you replace Silk with a different Marvel Snap card? Which Marvel Snap card do you suggest replace Silk with? I wouldn't suggest replacing Silk. I think she's very good. I think I'm vibing on the Storm for a second to give ourselves a chance to draw Legion. You replaced your monitors recently, you seem shinier than normal. The new glasses that I have are a little bit more reflective than the old ones.
Wind, aid my hand.
You. We're guaranteed drawing Chavez next turn. I'll do this and see what they do here.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
So they'd need to put points into the pet mansion while also contesting the other two locations. This would put us +7 in the middle, which puts us to 13, so we'd be up 9. And then we'd be up another 3, we'd be up 10 on the left. This beats Dr. Doom. David Rodriguez, thank you for the brand new prize. I'll look for a cube for sure. This is fine. It's Legion Tier 1! Legion has been out for Legion has been out for 12 hours and 15 minutes. I don't know what tier Legion is. No one else knows what tier Legion is. Anybody claiming otherwise at this point is either an idiot or trying to sell you something, potentially both. Legion feels like a promising playable Marvel Snap card. Where exactly will it land? Who knows? Let's take a second and figure it out. Hey, appreciate you dropping off your primer here, David. Thanks for helping us work towards our ad-free goal for August. Helping keep me around. Legion seems like a complete feast or famine card like Galactus. Gamers, you really need to fix your card evaluation skills, because holy shit, what is wrong with some of you? How can you describe a 5/8 as a feast or famine card? Just like, excuse me? What? Like, is your definition of this drastically different than mine? I think a lot of people are hyper focusing on the idea that Legion is a card that has a combo, when the combo isn't strictly the reason to play the card. Man, Fist Tower into our Craven location is a fucking rough beat. Good snap gamer. people. People are so focused on this idea of you can combo or not with it that you're missing the forest through the trees of, hey. Oh, you know what would have been cheeky? I could have moved the Nightcrawler expecting Professor X on the right. Maybe I should have. I think if you're all in on Legion locking people out on turn 5, you're gonna have a bad time. I think if your deck is like this one, where you like have a bunch of reasonable fine Marvel snap cards in addition to that, you're probably gonna feel quite reasonable. Wouldn't Nightcrawler have died if you moved it to the right? No, because they had priorities, so their Professor X would have flipped up first. They have not moved their Jeff is the problem here. Yeah, they got me. Lost the coin flip. If I would have played right, would we have won? If I'd have played right and moved Nightcrawler left, they would have been 11-6, and I up 5, and I would have been 12-5. Yeah, so this is a coin flip here, which is I think the opponent staying on the coin flip is fine. Oh no, wait, we would have been -2 on here if I don't play Jeff here, though, right? Do I lose regardless then? Was I supposed to leave? This would have been 3-4-11, and I would have been 12-5. We would have tied. Okay, I wouldn't have won. We would have tied if I'd have taken the other line. Okay, Sharkman, thank you for the 2 months of Prime. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Jonason, thank you for the 32 months. Good morning. Good morning. Interesting thought. If I want to be able to play Miles plus Storm on 4, I need to Jeff this turn. How does Icebox work with Miles Morales now? Is this 2 or is it 1 next turn? Is it 1? It should be 1. Let's find out. It is 1. Okay.
Wind, aid my hand.
This might be a Legion scam bar with no name. Everybody have a drink on me. They're scared, chat. They know. Legion's got them quaking in their booties. Out! I think Sinister London's actually pretty bad for us. How do you feel about Legion so far? I think Legion is an incredibly fun card that has the potential to be the best new release this month. I think that's a product of both it seeming playable, but also a product of the fact that most of the releases this month are bad. Going into it, I thought Legion was probably like the second best release this month. And Jean ended up feeling worse than I initially expected her to. You feel like you need Jeff to make Legion optimal. Listen, Jeff's one of the best cards you can purchase at Marvel Snap. Spend your resources on it. Well, I was going to Snap, but Silk into Rickety Bridge sounds not great, so maybe we vibe for now. They have a Claw that we know about. And they're a Professor X deck. Legion the Rickety Bridge. They have a Professor X, so that's probably not a good line for us. All right, so Thanos is active. How do we feel? Okay, here's a question. How do we feel about Legioning Death's Domain next turn? I think I'm down. And I have priority here? Oh no, we scammed ourselves. Their Jeff hasn't moved yet, chat. Their Jeff hasn't moved yet. I needed to hold my Nightcrawler for the Silk. Oh no! We were scamming someone. It just wasn't them. Oh, you know what would have been the big brain play? If I expected the Professor X on the right, I could have legioned the rickety bridge. Maybe we should have done that. I could have legioned the rickety bridge. They could have played Professor X, but oh sure. But if they played it mid, I had priority and I wasn't winning by playing mid anyways, right? I was about to say this location is very bad for us, but we have Legion to get rid of it. So it's like not a big deal. Is this 4Jeff's? I don't know that it's a 4Jeff angle, chat. Yeah, I think I'll take a 4 Sunspot angle. Bar Sinister is kind of bad for the opponent's deck, so I think if I try and wait to Legion the bar, they probably clear it before then. The children yearn for the mind, something like that. Soaking on the sunspots here. Their claw would be good on bar. Sure, I think I'm giving up. I think I'm giving up center here. Yeah, this is fine because I'm giving up the middle. We're gonna move Jeff over, play Legion on the right, and then we'll soak enough into the sunspots in the last turn while playing Miles.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Oh, hand has 7 cards in it. They have Devil Dinosaur. They do. Rip. Yeah, anybody who thinks my opponent was sniping here, you're just bad at Marvel Snap. It's literally the only place they could play Spider-Man. Chat's never made a good play in their life. I wouldn't know it if it smacked him across the face. Alright, what do our Legion variants look like? Am I putting boosters into the base Legion or are we waiting on a variant? The opponent's deck is very good. The opponent's deck is one of the deck lists that I highlighted in my best decks video yesterday. If you haven't seen the updated Thanos lockout, be sure to check that out. This isn't bad, I guess. The rest of these are kind of awful. Yeah, I'll probably throw gold at this one because we're gonna be playing this card. Yeah, I really don't care for the one in the boxes. I'm not a fan of the babies in general. Stand Hip's a little bit of a miss for me, I think. I like some of Hip stuff, but not all of it. All right, I have enough content with that one. Let's try some high Evo Legion for a little bit, I think. This has some similarities to what we were doing a minute ago, but also doing some other stuff. We're dropping the move package for High Evolutionary. Hey, look, Chad, it's all 3 of the cards in the Spotlight cache. Oh, no, wait. No Darkhawks in the cache. 2 of the 3. 2 of the 3. Big dumb. Ignore me. They grabbed the Shang bundle. No, at this point, all of my Marvel Snap spending is dropping significantly. I just have so many resources built up, I can't justify throwing more at it until I burn a few. I'm even skipping Token Tuesdays for the time being. I'm sitting on 16 spotlights and almost 60,000 tokens, so with the random free stuff you get just for playing, I'm set to have the cards I want for like the next 3 or 4 months realistically. I think the only bundle I intend to pick up in the short term is the Pro Bundle 2 has a really solid ratio. Would you get the Shang bundle over Token Tuesdays if you were still spending? I'd compare the ratios. I don't know what they are offhand. Should be included in the bundle breakdown video. We're just gonna storm into Cyclops here. I'll push the button. So if I'm only missing Legion, I probably shouldn't open the Spotlight for just 1 card. Yeah, I wouldn't open the Spotlight if I was only missing Legion. I would just make, I think Legion's probably a fine card to spend tokens on. It is a, what's it called? Only 3,000 tokens. So the bundle breakdown video was before Spotlight's released, but the addition of Spotlight caches to the game doesn't really change the calculus on the bundles. It's the thing to be aware of. Tokens are still the premium resource that you want the highest rate of.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
For Legion and Darkhawk, is it better to spend tokens or to open? Again, that's a question that's pretty subjective, right? What do the resources that you have available to you look like? What do the resources that you have available to you look like? How badly do you want to play with those cards? Token Tuesdays has a 0.71 ratio and Ring of Fire is a 0.55, so Token Tuesdays is better. Yeah, by a good margin. I think Spider-Ham is a very playable and reasonable Marvel Snap card.
Opponent snapped.
Kind of scary staying in against a Mr. Negative. I have a lot of points in the middle, though.
I am Iron Man.
We're probably getting Mystique. Where were you last turn, Legion? Chavez is where you were? Okay, good chat. I have so many silver tickets, I mostly don't care at this point. We'll just restart the run if we die. I think it's around $80 to buy enough credits for one Spotlight cache, but your math could be wrong. So the math on buying Spotlight caches is expensive, but it's one of those examples of you're asking yourself the wrong question. You shouldn't be asking yourself the question, how much money does it take for me to buy a Spotlight cache? You should be asking yourself the question, is buying Spotlight caches the most efficient way to progress my collection? Wow. Wow. Never fucking lucky rubber ducky. Lost the 50%er on Misty Knight to lose the game. Was Armor more points than Chavez? Armor would have been 3 plus 5. No, she's only 8. Rip. If Misty would have hit any of these, we win the game. So, again, if you're someone that's spending money on Marvel Snap, optimal spending to get every card hasn't changed. You shouldn't suddenly be buying a bunch of credits to push your collection level up if your goal is to get every card in Marvel Snap. Prioritizing buying Token Tuesdays, prioritizing buying things like the Shang-Chi bundle, these bundles that have high collector's tokens in them. This is how you spend money optimally to progress your collection in Marvel Snap. The addition of collector's tokens to, or of Spotlight caches to the game make the collection track better than it was before, but it doesn't make it so much better that it's better than getting high collector's tokens bundles. Would you rank this week as one of the best Spotlights at forgetting after some time with Legion? I mean, I ranked it as one of the highest even before that because High Evolutionary and Darkhawk are both very good, very playable cards. I'm going to buy Series 4 cards with tokens and buy Series 5 cards with Spotlight caches. That is what optimizing whales like myself will be doing as well. Series 5 is temporary, variants are forever. Truer words. Someone that truly understands the Marvel Snap economy. Like to get rid of your Onslaught Citadel, thanks.
Wind, aid my hand.
Gamers are an interesting breed. Since I only casually play for up to 2 hours every day, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. If you're playing Marvel Snap for 2 hours in any single given day, you are not casual. If you're watching a stream like this one, you are not casual. Alright, if I Legion, I can play all 3 of these cards next turn with a bunch of Wakandan Embassy. Yeah, Sarah's a little scary after we double Embassy, but I think I'm in it to win it. 7 power wasp plus enters play triggers a little bit above average. Zero 8's maybe a little above rate. Legion feels like a pretty skill testing card. There's so many different situations you end up in where you're evaluating like which locations to copy are good or bad for you. Feels like it's something that will reward players that adapt to different situations better with the output range locations have in this game. I think Legion is more than a meme. I think Legion is feeling like a really powerful utility card. Ooh, we guessed wrong here, potentially. Rip. I split and played for all 3, and they played hard for 2. I'm supposed to trigger Misty and Sunspot this turn. I'm gonna need points here, even if I Spider-Man them. Oh, they're just not playing for the flooding. Oh, that's great for us. We could get into trouble if they have magic here. We do not.
Victory.
Hey, Camco, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate you helping us work towards our ad-free goal for August. Thanks for the support. NTT, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Good morning, good morning. Welcome back. Nebula not on Murray Isle is actually quite good for us because it kind of puts pressure on them to want to play to both locations. Sanctum Sanctorum is also solid for us, so I'm going to snap them here. Hey, Tape Bomb, thank you for the 3rd of a year. Happy Tuesday. Let's get all these friends building up for sure. Our early snap seems like it was good. They stayed on kind of a speculative hand. Spider-Man the middle, and then we'll scam the limbo on the last turn.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Victory.
I think there's a generic good stuff build of this deck, What Am I, that's probably not playing like Sunspot, Wasp, and Chavez, and you're just like playing Legion in like the traditional, probably on Armor too, and just like the traditional Lockout styles shell. That's probably fine. Why Armor? Because Killmonger's a real Marvel Snap card that's going to make your Sunspot, Nebula, Misty Knight sad with some consistency. I also think there's enough Destroy decks in the format that Armor is a reasonable tech card against them as well. Gold Armor and Gold Sunspot, they're even looking at each other lovingly, chat. They know they're a match made in heaven. Well, Gold Jeff is there, baby. Yeah, exactly. I'll take an extra Wasp, right? That seems fine. That Sunspot's the best in the game. I think the border effect is bad. Yeah, I've got a green border effect, which sucks, but in general, yeah, that artwork with a gold background is solid. Opponent's had enough. All right, take those. Won't this stop your draw? No, the, what's it called, only copies the 3 cards that started in your hand. It doesn't copy your first draw. Slide my chairs around and do some peddling. Sweat while we sweat for our gold ticket. Anyone transplanted Jeff's face onto a shark? We have a Jeff the Shark emote. It's wonderful. That has little beard and glasses. Storm plus Legion can't possibly be good for the health of the game. I don't know. Again, I think the concept that it's fairly telegraphed, low cube equity, and inconsistent is all things that are true. It really depends on what the power level of it ends up being. If it ends up being like the best thing to do in the format, I might agree with you, but if it ends up just being like another thing you can do that's like okay in a B-rate deck, I think it's fine. Yeah, I'm with you. What am I? Hey, Quarian, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Easily telegraphed low cube equity sounds a lot like the OG Galactus. That's not true at all. Part of the reason why the original Galactus was eventually nerfed was because it actually had high average cube gains per game, and it wasn't actually easily counterable despite what many mouth-breathing shitheads on Reddit constantly said. They were completely detached from reality and all statistics surrounding the card. Good, well-built Galactus decks at the end before it was nerfed had lots of counterplay to counterplay.
Wind, aid my hand.
Bruce could do, we can too. Thank you for sticking around for the tier 1. Welcome back, appreciate it. All right, and they'll get Rodin somewhere, but we win the 2 locations they don't run in, right? Turn 7 meta, more like a turn 5 meta. Am I right?
Victory.
Going on, Godly Chaos. Thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate you keeping me around. Is the Storm Legion interaction intended? Yes. What are the odds they're a Shang-Chi deck? Feels high. I think I'm gonna Storm Gamma because I think they're a Shang-Chi deck.
Wind, aid my hand.
Oh, snap.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
2 cube burritos in the bank. Cubes in the bank. Cubes in the bank. Play 2 of these out.
Victory.
Cube in hand is worth 2 in the bush. Something like that. Heard that one before, I think. Having your game essentially end early with Storm from Legion or Magic feels unfun. Well, if that's unfun for you, you just shouldn't be playing the card Storm. Or you shouldn't be playing the card Magic if you don't want to have counterplay exist to your thing. Or you're saying Storm with Legion you're upset with. In which case, play more location interaction. Yeah, Thanos gets better if this deck is good. Also, decks that just play to the board tend to be better, right? They have Kitty Pride going. Am I supposed to leave? I think I'm supposed to leave. I have Kitty Pride with Elysium. Take your cube.
Escape.
Ooh, that's a good thought, too. You can arrow to counter turn 5 Legions. It's been a while since Miguel was around, causing trouble. Gamers not make comparisons that don't make any fucking sense challenge level impossible. No, the counters to Storm Legion are not similar to the counters to Galactus. Also, people really miss on what the problem with other Galactus was. The core problem with Galactus's original design was that the first number of turns of the game where you played your cards out to the board just didn't fucking matter because they blew up all of those cards. And on the flip side of that, Legion is a card that really rewards you for... The flip side is Legion's a card that really rewards you and encourages you to play to the board. It's very, very different than what Galactus did. Galactus punished decks that played to the board proactively, whereas Legion's like, yeah, this is great, play to the board proactively. Should we snap? Yeah, probably. Storm. So I'm so tired of gamers, chat. I'm so tired of gamers. Guess I'll put Wasp in the middle for good measure. Gamers were a mistake, dude.
Victory.
It's an interesting observation is people frequently complain about decks that spew their hand onto the board on turn 6 because they shouldn't create swings that are that big. But Legion is one of the first cards in a long time. What was the last Marvel Snap card that actually encouraged you to heavily play to the board early? Wave? That's it, right? And even Wave is just play out before turn. Yeah, double Spider-Man. But even so, the Legion is even different than double Spider-Man in that double Spider-Man was one-sided, right? Like, when Legion locks things up, it's locking it up symmetrically. The Spider-Man was asymmetrical. Yeah, Wave's about the closest we've got, right? Disapproving grounds. No, we're playing silver and gold, so I have too many silver and gold tickets. I need to work through them. What's going on, Brass Monkey? I think the current Marvel Snap format is the best the game has ever been. If you haven't been keeping up on Snap fully, they've been doing twice a month over-the-air updates to make underplayed cards more powerful and balance things that are too strong, and they're easily the best thing. They're easily the best thing in the game in some time. It's like everything I've ever wanted out of a live service game. 7-mana Wasp is good value, right? We just leave. I don't think I should give them 4 cubes or up this much. Unlikely to win here. But something that just like happens all the time in games, and it's not even unique to Marvel Snap gamers. Like it happens in Magic the Gathering, every other card game I've ever played. Is people love drawing comparisons between things that are in no way similar as a way to be reductionist. Legion is probably a playable Marvel Snap card. You won't really get a stronger than probably from me until I've played with it for double-digit hours or so. If you want hot takes on Legion, open your YouTube page and find a shitty piece of clickbait. You're not gonna get it here in this Twitch stream. I'm confident if you open your YouTube page, you can find several examples of Legion is going to ruin Marvel Snap and it's game breaking and you should buy it now before they nerf it. I haven't actually opened my YouTube page yet this morning, but that's just how every card release goes on that platform. It's actually just a toxic pit stain. Are certainly locations. I also always like to remind people that if you find clickbait eye roll inducing and you open your YouTube and see a bunch of clickbait, you have only yourself to blame. The only reason YouTube shows you clickbait is because you are a lizard that can't help themselves who continues to click on it. So if clickbait makes you mad or annoyed, but you keep clicking on it, it's giving you what you want. It's fine if you like it. If you like seeing clickbait shit on your YouTube, like, more power to ya. I'm not here to yuck your yum. As you will.
Victory.
It's just, clickbait is one of those things where people consistently complain about it existing, but then they also make conscious and unconscious decisions to make it successful. My only complaint is, I think passing the mouse over a video makes them recommend them more to you. I mean, if you see a video that's clickbait, you can click the 3 dots and click I'm not interested. And that's the best thing you could do to retrain it, to let you know that you're not interested in that type of stuff. I traveled a lot. When I was younger, playing Magic the Gathering competitively in a pre-COVID world, I traveled around the United States a good bit. But not outside of that. My titles are starting to become clickbaity lately, too. Okay, we're gonna make my opponent fucking wait here for a second. We're gonna make a point here. Which of these are claiming to be the best decks ever? There's this deck, this video, that covers the best decks that are data-driven per Untapped. There's this one that makes fun of clickbait titles by just saying this is a clickbait title. So where's the fucking receipts here? Where's the fucking receipts? Get the fuck out of my chat, asshole. In-gamers are endlessly annoying.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
I wasn't talking to that person initially, but telling me to relax is a good point to get out of my chat. Yeah, do I not play Nebula to get +1 over here? Probably. It's big land. Gotta win one of the next 3. I'll now go to another Snap Streamer chat complaint. In a way, I almost feel bad sometimes when I take out the trash, because I do know it pushes trash into other people's chats. One of the things that a lot of people don't get is that it takes a whole hell of a lot to actually make me mad. When I say something like get the fuck out of my chat or something like that, and I'm swearing casually while just talking in my normal voice, people make the assumption, because they're an ass, that I am mad at them or I'm mad at someone that I'm talking to. Chat, if I got mad at every random shitter that posted something nonsensical in my Twitch chat, I would have had a heart attack by now. Just because my voice isn't a timid mouse and I swear casually does not mean that I am mad at you. His opponent donating us a bunch of kitty prides. They will, they jump back to their hand after the Mindscape swap happens. It's double Spooter Man, right?
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here. I am Iron Man. I am Iron Man.
Here we go. Nebula and Cyclops trigger here to win the game. Oh, I can actually just play Chavez, right? Because she's 5 with this. Yeah, there's so many, like, actual terrible things happening in the world that, like, basically never getting mad over gamers being gamers in my Twitch chat.
Victory.
Skidoo, thank you for the sub gifts. Appreciate that. The 22 gold tickets. Infinite Conquest opens next week. Time to start hopefully converting a handful of these. Subs are gifted, who gets them? It's pseudo-random with a small bit of preferential treatment towards giving them to people that are in the channel more frequently, is my understanding. Do you have a video out on your Legion thoughts yet? How would I have Legion thoughts? The card's been out for 13 hours. I did a pre-review of all the cards for the season in July here if you want thoughts before I played with it, but I've barely played with the card. Yeah, second dinner has confirmed the Storm Legion interaction is intentional. Play Sunspot middle, so we gotta spread out and play for all 3 here. I'm gonna step them. This is gonna be a Storm into Legion on the right here for sure. I'm gonna make a point to say this inside of the best decks video moving forward. But the thing to be aware of when it comes to talking about best decks and how they relate to Conquest is all decks that are good on the ladder are also good in Conquest, but decks that are kind of mediocre on the ladder are even worse in Conquest. So it's not that the good decks are different in this format so much as it's the bad decks get worse. The delta in between the good decks and the bad decks get worse. Or gets bigger, I should say. Bold snap, Cotton. Let's see how it pays off for him here, says Local Man about to lose to Jeff. Okay.
Victory.
How do you feel about the opposite of that relationship? Good, great Conquest decks are good, are blank into the ladder. They're all the same. All good decks are the same good decks everywhere. I think bad decks are worse in Conquest than they are on the ladder, but I think the good decks are the same in both formats. Surprising lines of play work better on the ladder. Okay, I'm gonna rephrase that in a way that articulates better what's happening. Bad decks that can juke people occasionally can be fine on the ladder, but a bad deck cannot juke you more than once in a Conquest game, so it's extra bad. It's basically the TLDR. Alright, they're a Phoenix Force deck, it looks like here. Was likely from the Shuri anyways. But Jeff, my brew, isn't actually good, I'm sorry. Truth hurts sometimes. Alright, well. We have our Hulk in the middle at least. Lost Nebula. Hey, glad you found it useful, Hollywood. We both forgot about Clintar. Because we're both giant idiots. Glad to be of service.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Oopsie boopsie. A deck is a deck. It depends on the player to use it effectively. That's just not true. And it's such a weird misunderstanding of how card games work. There are many decks that are much better than other decks. And sure, a good player can make up for the shortcomings of a bad deck more consistently than a bad player will make up for the shortcomings of a bad deck. But a good deck, with all other factors equal, will win more frequently than a bad deck will. It's a replacement for Jeff in this deck. 6,000 collector's tokens. You're telling me I shouldn't take my Dazzler Shauna deck to get an infinite tick. I think if you play well, you could win with literal anything, and I think Marvel Snap is a game that you should play for fun, and you should play the things that spark joy for you. That's what I think. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna debris here off the hub, so that way if they go to destroy multiple man, they have a chance to bring a rock back. Am I crazy, or does the Legion Storm combo feel worse than pre-nerf Galactus? You are, in fact, crazy. Will you still call him Superman? Wrong game.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
That's a take. We've been hearing that take all morning, Kyle. We've been hearing the Legion Storm is Galactus all morning. We are super dead to Taskmasters, I believe.
Escaped.
I played any Dual Force. Yeah, I played a little bit of Dual Force off stream. It's a very typical card gamey game, for lack of a better term. I don't think Dual Force is a Marvel Snap competitor. I think Dual Force is a Magic the Gathering / Hearthstone competitor. Which is an interesting place to be in 2023. I think a big part of why Marvel Snap was successful as a game is due to the fact that it is not a typical traditional card game. This is kind of late at this point, but press the button, I suppose.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Wind, aid my hand.
Get juked. I should have been thinking about Heimdall. I almost put Jeff into the Crimson Cosmos, but I didn't articulate. I was like, oh, if they play a big thing there, they're gonna beat Jeff anyways. I didn't think they would play a small thing into there, but Heimdall letting them slide Venom over is such a good juke. We'd have beaten this if I'd have put Jeff here. I should have meant to hedge it. Just wasn't a card I was thinking about. Isn't the play against Heimdall just Chavez left? No, I think we just Jeff there and get all the other triggers and everything else. It's unfortunate. We're tied now and I should be really far ahead. Jeff worth 6,000 tokens. What a card is worth is very subjective. I can't tell you what a card is worth to you. It depends is the answer. Actually, storming on the left here is kind of bad, huh? I should probably storm to the right. Because of... Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I think we ate through a solid lead here. They have, their key cards are gonna be pretty dead here. They shuried the flooded. Okay. Okay. Yeah, maybe they have Jeff themselves? Nope.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
This beats just Heimdall. They'd have a 1-drop with it. Seems unlikely though.
Opponent snapped.
Oh, Echoes, thank you for the 65 bucks. Welcome back. Oh, they could multiple man on top of it because of the Elysium. Yeah, GG. I fucked this up. I messed this up again. I probably should have. Well, was I supposed to Spider-Man bid? I don't know that we get around it either way, right? I definitely messed up the game before this one. I don't know if there's anything I could really do different here. If I Spider-Man the middle, they have to Heimdall plus multiple man right, but I don't know how I end up winning the right. Storm definitely shouldn't have been left. Yeah, that's a good take. If I storm the right, I could end up Spider-Manning middle to much better effect. That's the mistake here. And I think once I messed up the storm, maybe I am supposed to just Spider-Man here. Yeah, I use untap for all of my deck list angle. You can also find deck list posted daily on my YouTube channel. YouTube.com/Oglandiasnap has all the best highlights up there. Ooh, Spider-Ham's another card that is good into Legion, is a great call out. Man. I'm playing middle because I think they're more likely to commit to Niffler. Basically just want to set up 2 paths I can be ahead in here. I think I'm snapping at this point. I think Storm into Legion. Especially with Cyclops for the middle here sounds kind of great. They accepted my snap and then did nothing. Old strategy, Cotton. Figuring out which location to set up to Storm Legion is an interesting minigame. I agree with that, Steric.
Wind, aid my hand.
Oh, they stayed first step because they drew negative. This deck, its line of play is pretty good to negative in general too. Although I guess they can limbo us here, huh? You know, maybe I'm supposed to wasp the left in case they limbo here, so that way I'm tied here. Is probably a good take. Yeah, I think I messed up. I think I'm supposed to wasp the left here. Messed up where I was putting things, but that's fine. We've got him. This is another thing that pushes on Sarah, too. Sarah's another one of those cards that, like, people had talked about needing checks in the format, and between this lockout and Spider Ham, you have a lot of counterplay into this. Yes, this is also good into your opponent turn 5 Spider-Manning you. It's a good and accurate take. The danger room here. This is an especially fun one to Legion into later. We have a lot of cards set up. They're snapping. Probably an early negative that I should leave for. Okay. I'm gonna hold on to Jeff, because we're gonna get to go Jeff, Wasp, plus whatever we draw next turn after making a bunch of Wakandan embassies. I think Legion is likely a competitive Marvel step card. We'll have 7 power Wasp, 6 power Storm, 9 power Jeff. How many of their cards got buffed? A lot. Is this crazy? Call me maybe. This is plus 13 in the center at a minimum. Iron Man got buffed, sure did. Come and get him. Oh, damn. I was expecting them to play harder for the middle. Yeah, I didn't play the Storm over here because I was expecting to need more point center. I think I'm happy with my line. Armor is a tech card, yes. Armor is a split tech card that's good against opposing Killmongers and good against opposing Nimrods. Armor's one of those funny cards where people simultaneously complain about... People simultaneously complain about the existence of Nimrod stuff while also constantly asking me why armor exists. I'm moving Jeff proactively just in case they try and limbo Kunlun. Burning magic here as we set up the combo is a huge deal. And this is another thing I think players will get better at as they get more experience playing against this archetype, is figuring out they need to prioritize saving cards like this for after this combo, I think is a big deal. Mr. City, thank you for the brand new Prime support. Appreciate that. It's Ear Toe. Thank you for the 3 months. You ever played Marvel Midnight Suns? I did not. My gaming time is Snap, Genshin, and Honkai these days. A little bit of Diablo 4 in there occasionally. And Mr. Cyclops gets to close us out on the left here. Tie it up 6-6. I mean, Midnight Suns isn't a card game. It's a XCOM style game. It's its own genre. It's not just XCOM style, it's literally the same dev. Well, there you go. We played a Silver Surfer deck with Magic. Nah, Silver Surfer with Magic, kind of a stock good deck thing. So I mostly avoid doing stock good deck things on this channel. We have Spider-Man with London. I'm gonna snap them. We'll get around to it eventually, but I want to work through the range of other ideas first. Was the high Evo animation at the start removed? There was a high Evo animation at the start. I feel like I've heard other people suggest that before, and I kind of feel like I'm taking crazy pills. I never noticed it. You know, maybe I'm supposed to Misty Knight this turn, actually, to get her trigger going. Almost made Nipsey there. Wrong 5-drop.
Opponent snapped.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
It's Magic on the left. Let's get ready to scam! I would like your cubes right now, doo-dah, doo-dah. I would like your cubes right now, oh, the doo-dah day. Bum 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 ba-da-da-dum.
Victory.
One of us was definitely farming noobs in that match, chat. We'll never know who. Alright, those were both of my Legion deck ideas. They both seemed fine. What are gamers doing? Legion with Kang. People are just like shoving it into the She-Hulk deck. This core is interesting. I don't really love Chavez in this deck, but the rest of it seems fine. Iron Lad with Dr. Octopus is certainly a little monka. Deck lists like this, like, I guess you just Storm Legion sometimes for the win, but I would be skeptical that this deck could get enough tempo on the board early to make Legion or Storm into Legion something you want to be doing. So once upon a time, Doc Ock was like anti-bounce tech, which is fine. You like Doc Ock to take away their agency going into the last turns, and like this core is like the Zabu Darkhawk tech cards is like good, right? So I think that's probably fine. Let's explicitly look for Legion decks that are not playing Storm and see what's lurking here. There's someone having a good time. Snowguard, Scarlet Witch, Legion. This is how good this Darkhawk package is, by the way, chat. You can literally put fucking Snowguard in your deck and win 72% of them over 22 games. Like, they could be booster farming out Snowguard, yeah. I think top-ending it in just this good stuff deck is probably a pretty reasonable thing to be doing. I don't love Iron Lad with like all these tech cards. Like, I think I'd rather have like Enchantress in this core. But just like Darkhawk plus tech cards seems fine. There's plenty of common locations that are good Darkhawk. Yeah, you get like Subterranea and you like Legion it up. They get it through. I've had a 3D printer for a little while. I've done stuff with it in the past. Scrolling. It's some dedication. Revis was playing the Snowguard deck and he was doing more than farming boosters. Yeah, but that kind of exemplifies my point, right, chat? Like, you look at this deck list, you're like, okay, fine, there's a Snowguard. But that question to ask yourself isn't, was this deck good with Snowguard? It's, would this deck be better without it? And the answer to that's almost assuredly yes, right? Like, this core is just good enough that, like, you can put one shit card in the deck and it's still fine because you're playing the rest of these very good cards. It's like, there was a Silver Surfer Legion deck that had good stats. Like, is Legion good in that deck? Probably not. But is the Silver Surfer deck good enough that you could play a basically 11 card deck and have it win a bunch of games? Definitely. Because, like, honestly, this core is solid. I just want, like, Shang-Chi in here, probably. Need Luke if you have Legion. Luke with Legion is kind of cute because it means you can copy, like, Negative Zone at other locations like that and get some wins, right? It's also, like, fine into random high Evo stuff. There's more people doing Cyclops high Evo stuff with Storm Legion running around. Let's try this score, I think. I might sub Iron Lad out for Enchantress. Snowguard allows Legion to be played in places like Death's Domain and Sanctum Sanctorum. Yeah, but it lets your opponent play into those locations on that turn as well, right? So they have a chance to counterplay you. If Snowguard's effect wasn't symmetrical, she'd probably be pretty close to playable. But the fact that she's symmetrical is just so bad. Is Shadow King good in this format? Probably not, right? Is Enchantress? Enchantress is definitely good. There are a lot of people playing Mr. Negative and shit like that. It's good with Ham, I guess. I think I want to just play like Lizard. Lizard is good with Luke Cage and Enchantress. Polaris to help Miles. Which Miles? Which Miles? Where? Ooh. Ooh, do I have enough boosters to go for 4th split ink on Mr. Cage here? I do, right? Do we do it, chat? This deck's mostly inked in gold. Do we go for ink? Remember, you're only 10% to get inked. You're only 10%. Good chance we swing and a miss here. Thankfully, we are a professional. Chibi Medusa. I think I have a Medusa variant already. Hold on. Yeah, I do. I got hit Medusa. Infinity. I love my absolute favorite change about the economy update is that it's always right for me to open my collector's reserves now. Nah, the new Shang-Chi bundle doesn't have enough currency value in it for me to pick it up. So I skipped on that one. You think that's the best Zabu? I actually really like the Season Pass Zabu, and the Season Pass Zabu is more exclusive, so whenever I'm close between two different variants, I always use the one that's more exclusive. With the update to Spotlight caches coming, will they update reserves or no? I'd be very surprised if they update the contents of reserves. I think the people saying that you're sitting on reserves because they might change them at some point in the future, you should arguably open all of them because you might get hit by lightning in the future and then never get to open your reserves ever. Things always might be better in the future, chat. They also might be worse. Why is he dancing? Cause I gotta sweat, chat. I gotta exercise. Alright, chat. This is it. Can we ink our boy Cage?
Infinity.
Can we do it? Send me. We got 2 variants out of collector's reserves this morning. So we're running hot to start. 3 variants out of collector's reserves. All right, hotter than the sun. Hotter than me sweating on this bike chair. Hit me, brood. Nailed it. What an easy game Marvel Snap is. That's a bingo. Gaze upon my fourth split ink and weep. B-E-A beautiful. Onto the spider ham. I need infinite boosters to try and split this. Honestly, I'm probably just never splitting this because the background is gold by default. They give you a free gold background on some of these cards. When I look at it at a glance, it looks gold, so it's good enough. Yeah, it's a really good fool's gold. All right, let's put first levels into a couple of these things, and then we'll play with the Legion Good Stuff deck. Yeah, like I already have the other Zabu inked, so the 3x value Darkhawk. No, it's a 1200 gold Darkhawk. I, generally speaking, don't buy exclusive expensive cosmetics unless I really like them. Why is Killmonger in this deck? Killmonger is an incredibly powerful tech card in Marvel Snap that wins games entirely on its own. Get another one. Did we do it already? I must have done it already. Echo. I won't upgrade my base art Echo until I have a variant. Because Echo, I don't have a variant for Echo yet. I leave my cards that I'm playing with at white borders until I can gold border them. A TLDR. All right, good stuff, Legion. Let's go. I forget what came with the Peach Momoko Mystique. That's the only variant bundle I purchased it for. The Peach Mystique was a good currency value bundle. It was better than buying gold for the same price. You think Second Dinner will allow us to manually choose borders for select cards? That is a highly requested feature. I also expect if Second Dinner eventually implements that feature, it will probably be monetized in some way. Is there a region why deck slots are capped at 20? Yeah. I assume some kind of technical limitation. It was capped at 10 inside of the closed beta. Do you have a Stream Deck? And if so, what hotkeys do you have available? Yeah, so let me show off my Stream Deck here for a second, because it's kind of a unique setup. So I've got this thing here, and it's got way more buttons on it than a typical Stream Deck has, and you can even do combinations of different buttons on it to do basically anything that your computer is capable of doing. Listen, chat, if you enjoy your Stream Deck, no yuck your yum as always or whatever, but I really don't understand the appeal of that product when I have a whole keyboard. I don't get it.
Wind, aid my hand.
You just map hotkeys in your streaming software. Yeah, that's all a Stream Deck does anyways, is map hotkeys. Oops all bridges. The problem with oops all bridges is we could lose the middle. Jeff left, Shang right is probably the play. I have the priorities, it's not the play. This is the fun play. Fine. Oh wait, the Luke Cage dies, so the Cyclops beats us? Is that what happens here? Do we lose to the Cyclops because of the Luke Cage dying? Oh no! No, we got it. Okay, cool. Scammed. That's also kind of an interesting result of playing this style of deck in the short term, at least, is Legion's not going to be on people's radar if you're not storming them. It's kind of fun. I don't think I want a bunch of Jeffs. I think we're gonna fill the board otherwise.
Wind, aid my hand.
Well, you still get Series 3 cards from regular caches. Series 3 cards are the only cards you can still get from regular caches. Let's turn rocks.
Opponent snapped.
We need a flooded to go here. Unfortunately.
Escaped.
It's a shame we didn't have Luke Cage in hand. Otherwise, we could have stayed there. Could have gone like Legion left into Hawk plus Cage right. Yeah. This new song that you're hearing in the game is only for the Conquest mode. Snap the Wong? Why? What does snapping Wong accomplish? Gambled in one here. Oh, wait. Jeff gets me into here still, right?
Oh, snap.
Their Misty Knight could save them, I suppose. They could also have Jeff, very true. The 3 cards we haven't seen from them. I assume they're probably also a Legion gamer.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Seen Shang out of them yet. Or Hawk 16. Do we leave Jeff right to play around there, Jeff? I don't think so. I guess we probably win the breaker.
Victory.
Maybe we are better off leaving Jeff on the left. 'Cause if they hit here and we're 12 to 12, we probably win the breaker with a 16 power hawk in the middle.
Opponent snapped.
Jeff into Jeff plus Korg here. Sounds fine. They're sapping same multiple sunspots. Makes sense. Nice. One is solid for us. If Killmonger for this too, I'm gonna step them back. Because they could have armor, but if they don't have armor, the cut and one plus the Killmonger are both real good for us here. They might be greedy, not Killmonger right away, but I don't have priority this turn anyways. So they might just be armoring. And this rewards me because now I have the ability to Enchantress them here now, right? I probably need to Enchantress this turn though, huh? Otherwise I'm just not gonna have time to do everything. I think my hand being full is fine. My hand is great. I'm gonna move Jeff over to... I'm gonna move both my Jeffs to the right. No, I'm gonna move one to the right to try and grab priority going into next turn. So moving Jeff grabbed us priority like we wanted. We can go ahead and go Killmonger here. Do you want to Korg this turn? I think I want to Korg this turn, right? Jeff has more power than Korg, so Korging gives me the flexibility to Korg again next turn, potentially, which is nice. This has been a good set. This style of deck generates very consistently what I would call good games of Marvel Snap. You just have a lot of individually powerful cards, good interactive bits, and good numbers. There's lots of things to think about. Maddie, thank you for the 79 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Hope you're doing all right. How big is Hawk? Hawk is currently 10. Playing another Korg gets it up to 12. Do we ever Enchantress Killmonger here? Well, I can't play both those cards for 6 energy, so no. I kind of like playing for all 3. This puts me to 14 on the left. Barnacle Goose, thanks for the quarter of a year. Appreciate that. Damn. If I would have put Korg on the left. It's just tough to know where exactly they're going to play all their stuff to. This game. For people wondering why all my Sunspot decks earlier had armor in it, I hope you'll take that game to heart. Mr. City and Ear Toad, thank you for the subs a little bit ago. I think I missed those ones. Apologies. Appreciate the support. For us. Hey, Arnog, thank you for the 45 months. Appreciate that. And Aaron Burrito, thank you for the brand new prank. There's a ton of great people you can send that to every month. Thanks for sending it this way this month. Legion Pet Mansion doesn't do anything, right? I think it's just Zabu Jeff to give me flexibility going into the last turn. I also think I want a Zabu Jeff here in an attempt to throw priority. Did successfully throw priority. Depends on if they have Hulk and how big it is, where it goes. Motherfucker. Oh, feels bad, man. Losing 2 coin flips to lose back-to-back games is a huge feels bad, man. The problem with playing Lizard middle and just Shang-Chi left is that we lose to anything that's not Hulk being played here, which was a variety of things they had. Also would have won this game if we would have drawn Enchantress. We would have been able to go Enchantress into Shang-Chi over here on the right. Happens. Hulk got nerfed. It did not. Hulk arguably is better now because it has less counterplay to it. The amount of people that stopped playing High Evolutionary after they made changes to it is such an incredible testament to nerfs being psychological rather than stat driven when it comes to driving player behavior. Oh, chat, I almost forgot. All right, hold on one second. I have a thing. This is a Twitch bounty board video. Thank you everybody for hanging out for the upcoming Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie. I actually didn't realize this was coming out, but the trailer looks adorable. Let's watch it together in theaters August 2nd.
Can I take it? I'm awesome. Boys, where have you been? We're just
Yeah, the art
running
style looks
errands.
great.
That's it?
Look, we're really sorry, Splinter. Some of the guys wanted to get pizza, and I tried to talk them out of it.
You ratted us out.
Hey, don't use that word that way.
I mean, it's 2023.
Sorry, Dad.
Hey,
Oh yeah, Master Splinter is Jackie Chan. He's Jackie Chan. Yeah, it's great. Seth Rogen is the director.
Guys, if we weren't monsters that were shunned by society and we could do what we wanted, what would you guys do?
go to high school. Maybe get a girlfriend.
Can you imagine that?
Not likely.
This is insane. Turtle, mutant, karate teens. I want to know everything about you.
Our dad is definitely not a giant rat.
That makes me feel like he's a rat.
Police are baffled by the recent crime wave led by a superfly.
Nobody's ever seen his face.
Why?
Because he kills everyone who does.
Cool.
No, not cool.
A bit cool.
Can I kick it?
We take out Superfly, and then everyone will think we're cool. They'll accept us.
Can I kick it?
He's making a deal tonight under the Brooklyn Bridge.
Can I kick? Whoa. Kick.
What the? Y'all some little tortoises, huh?
I can't believe there are other mutants.
You wanna roll with us? Humans are never gonna like us. So we gonna let the mutants rule the earth.
Peoples, they got to go.
Okay, sort of a twist.
We can't stop him.
We gotta try.
6 in the morning, police at my door.
Can I kick it?
My son, Michelangelo, you have heart. Donatello, you have wisdom. Raphael, you have bravery. And Leonardo, honor.
Enough talk. I dream about fighting every night.
Oh, Rogan's the producer. Okay.
It's not a problem. Can I kick it?
Thank you for the correction.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
Appreciate everybody that hung out to watch us watch a movie ad with us. That looks good. I'm probably gonna take the kids over to see that. Art style looks super unique and slick. I didn't realize that was coming out until it popped up in my bounty board. Yeah, the animation style is gorgeous for sure. Juggernaut, thank you for the 51 months. Welcome back. I have a full data-driven review of Legion. Legion is fun and feels competitive. Can you elaborate on what you know about Hulk having less counterplay to it now? Yeah, it's no longer an ongoing card, so you can't Enchantress it or Rogue it or Echo it, etc. So this deck is playing Legion. It's just a good location changer cards they're trying to combo. Yes, I think Legion's effect is just generically reasonable on a 5/8 body. It's likely the case. Yeah, if this Diablo space hits Shuri's Lamp here, turn 5 Legion on Space Throw could be real sick. I probably want to ham this turn, so that way we can tag a Sarah before it happens. Okay, so they're Patriot. Gamers. You want to just Legion middle? Because it throws priority? Yeah, that's probably a solid call. Then we Enchantress into, Okay. Well then. Lad was an Ultron. The opponent's playing a mostly stock Patriot deck. These are all things people are doing. Yeah, I mean, we're definitely staying. The question is just like, where am I playing my cards out? And what am I playing where? You want to throw left? Yeah, I can see that. Well, they played 2 cards. Okay. Oh, they're on the all tech cards build. I would like to dedicate this fat, stinky L to Twitch chat who told me to throw left. Yeah. Yeah, when the Killmonger flipped up, I should have played around Shang-Chi. Is the call out here? That's the play. They're playing a Patriot deck. I just should have played. The Killmonger says, okay, they're all in on tech cards. So I should play around that. They like the big gamble energy on their Iron Lad though, huh? Ultron, Shang-Chi, and Killmonger, just a bunch of cards that are bad with it. Invisible Man means Enchantress doesn't work here, unfortunately. Chat is once every 120 seconds. You can subscribe to chat more frequently, or you can just think about what you want to say. And post more coherent thoughts more consistently. I think I'm just getting rid of this so there aren't any surprises for me. Oh, I can turn on my Zambutsu though. Maybe I'm not supposed to play the Rock Slide on the right to throw priority because of Shang-Chi. Hey, what's going on, Syntax? I got the sword hookup for some of this video for 21 months. Welcome back. I think there's a good chance Legion is the best card that releases this month, Bao, in terms of competitive playability. Which is nice, because it's a Series 4 card. The Storm lockout stuff seems somewhat reasonable, and, what was I saying? The Storm lockout stuff seems somewhat reasonable, and on top of that, just as a generically good utility card seems good. You don't think Barrage will be good? I think Barrage will likely be good. I think Legion probably has more utility than her, though. I have turn 3 Rock Slide. They have Invisible Woman on Murray Isle. I think we just do this. I think I'm gonna Legion the sewer system, because with Luke Cage, it's one-sided all around. What do we think of that? I think I'm into it. I think Spider-Ham or Legion fits into word. It's probably Spider-Ham. Spider-Ham's pretty good. Alright, we know there is Shang-Chi deck now with certainty, so we'll play Shuri's Lab a little different. Dr. Doom's a good one to know about. Hey, that's a location that's great for us. Assuming we can find Mr. Cage. How do you acquire collector's tokens? You can get new cards either via collector's tokens and their spotlight slot in the shop, or by opening your spotlight caches. Luke Hawk and then Legion the Jotunheim? Does this beat... does this beat what's it called center? Ultron center. Oh, I could do, yeah, I could do this first. Sorry, I missed that we drew the Korg. I think this beats Ultron mid, right? Because the Ultron won't double because we have priority. So I'll go up to 12. My Hawk gets bigger. We send Jotunheim around. This is just such a good example of like Legion as a fine utility card, right? And there's so many locations that Luke Cage is incidentally like really good into that Legion is excellent with, right? Classic Marvel comic book team up of Legion and Luke Cage, yeah. You see Oppenheimer yet? I'm a little offended that you asked me if I saw Oppenheimer yet, not that if I saw Barbie yet. Oh, I guess Rockslide loses to Iron Lead in the middle. Oh, but the Starlit swaps before Hala happens. I should actually play left to protect Zabu. Okay, that's fine. Sometimes lucky. So, locations typically resolve left to right with the massive asterisk that Starlit Citadel always resolves first. Fill the board with squirrels. I don't think that one works out for us, unfortunately. If I had Killmonger, I would consider that. Because we could, like, no, we would just die, right? Alright, we're hoping to draw Enchantress here. There's a good chance we're dead here. This is Ultron. Didn't have any lines that beat that one, unfortunately. Rickety Bridge could be a spicy one. Yeah, I didn't retreat because they're all in. We gotta win one of the next two. We have a solid start here. Korg into Zabu into Rockslide into Ham. Other person shows no health. I mean, you could just assume that they're on their last leg then, right? Invisible Woman beats Rickety Bridge. Yes, we're probably not Rickety Bridging. Accurate. Asteroid M's actually quite bad for us. I think this is just Shang-Chi. And then we can Enchantress plus Hawk on the last turn. We're good? Yeah, I got on the breaker here.
Victory.
So my opinion on the use of my glasses, they feel good. They cling to my face appropriately as advertised, and they make my ears less gross and less sore at the end of the day. Well, I think this particular deck is different than the ones we were playing previously. What headphones are those? These are Bose Quiet Comfort 45s. Are they good when not wearing over your headphones? Yeah, they stay on just fine. Even without wearing the headphones. They're explicitly designed to be more comfortable with the headphones. So they don't rest over your ears and get crunched in, but they work fine generically too. Yeah, they don't rest on top of your ears, Nick, those. Glasses are a sponsored thing, but happy to promote them. They're a smaller company. Both of our recent sponsors, Urban Samurai there, and then TH3D Studios, the 3D printing stuff, are both smaller places. So if you like supporting small businesses, you want to check out some great products, be sure to click into both of them. Sand solid. Yeah, this is easily the best pair of headphones I've ever had. I had never spent this much money on a headset before, and I had spent like $200 on a Steel Series headset before I bought this one, and the $200 Steel Series headset is quite possibly the worst headset I've ever purchased. Big regrets. This stream's not sponsored or endorsed by Steel Series. I use prescription. My glasses are just blue light filtering, but they do offer prescription as an option. How much was this one? I believe these were like $350 or $400. They are not cheap. Use these. I use these all day, every day. I use them for walking around the neighborhood too. I don't know. After my experience with Steel Series, I don't think I'd ever buy any gaming brand headset ever again. Just for fear of having a similar experience. These ones are $280 on Amazon right now. Okay, so they've come down. Good to know. what happened with the Steel Series. They were easily the least comfortable headset I've ever worn. After having them on for a 6 to 8 hour stream, my head was physically sore. I don't know. Maybe they'd be fine with this other brand of glasses, but they were real bad. We're snapping. My hand's not very good is the problem here. Bose Quiet Comfort 45 vanilla. This stream's also not sponsored by Bose, but Bose, if you're out there, it certainly could be. Let's talk. They're probably not a Nimrod deck, right? Yeah. Okay, we have priority here, right? So you just get to like Shang their chi and call it a day. I'm not gonna snap them, because I think that makes it too obvious, but we'll happily stay in here. No target.
Victory.
Infography! Thank you for the 3/4 of a year. Welcome back. And Vicaroo, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Do blue light glasses mess up the colors on the monitor? There's a very small color change with them, but it's not super noticeable, in my opinion. If you are someone that has both extra tokens and spotlight caches, you should be using tokens to buy the new Series 4 cards and spotlight caches to get new Series 5 cards. But obviously there's a number of variables that also depend on that, such as what other cards in the spotlight caches you might want. Okay, so I believe the right Sakar pulls something and the left one doesn't, if my understanding of this is correct. Nailed it. Jeff understands how Marvel Snap works. How much does it cost to purchase Legion? Legion is 3,000 collector's tokens. Is it normal to get Hitmonkey on the spotlight caches when you don't own any of the cards? Yes, getting a random Series 4-5 card is normal. Alright, I get to go ahead and Enchantress the armor here so we can Shang whatever they shuri. They have priority again here, so their Taskmaster is also dead again. Like a 6 cards dead, just get to like play for every path super cleanly here. Can we pour one out for Enchantress, by the way? I keep seeing people cut this card from their Marvel Snap deck lists. I really think if you're playing a tech deck like this one, you should be playing Enchantress in this current metagame. So many people are cutting Shang-Chi. Yeah, a lot of people are like, I think the Iron Lad variations of this deck are less good than the non-Iron Lad variations. I don't think this archetype makes big enough numbers consistently to not play the tech cards. I think Killmonger is the only tech card you could cut from here. I think that's fine. I think Shang-Chi and Enchantress are currently non-negotiable. You want to flex something else in the Killmonger slot. Killmonger, Jeff, Spider-Ham. Those are cards you could all flex in here quite cleanly, I think. I would not recommend cutting Jeff. I'm just pointing out that he's not a hard requirement. Like, I think Jeff is one of the best 2-drops in Marvel Snap right now, and I recommend putting him in most of your decks. Especially with a bunch of people experimenting with Legion at the moment. Kinda feeling like we're dead. I suppose there's a world where I do this and then we Legion the Space Throne next turn, right? Could be fun. A lot of cards, shit. What's your argument for Jeff not being a 2/2? Why do you think Jeff needs to be a 2/2? What did he do? Confused why you think Jeff should be nerfed? Is it because you think any good Marvel Snap card should be nerfed? Hey, thanks for 3/4 of a year, Biggin. Welcome back. I lost 8 cubes to a Jeff one time. Yeah, that sounds right. I think Jeff is a Marvel Snap card that they should balance the game around. Not that they should make Jeff worse. I think if they think a 2/2 Jeff is too strong, or a 2/3 Jeff is too strong, they should make other 2-drops better in comparison. Would be my personal preference. I actually don't have anything that can beat them in the center. It's a little heckin' awkward. I guess we'll retreat later. Needed what's it called there? Needed a Legion.
Escaped.
Something else to keep in mind about a card like Jeff is that you don't just make a card like Jeff better or worse by adjusting other 2-drops. You can make a card like Jeff better or worse by adjusting other details in the format around it. For example, something we saw happen was them get rid of locations that were restrictive. Every time they make locations that restrict your ability to play less common, a card like Jeff gets a little bit worse. I also don't really think you could put Jeff to just 2 power and then he'll mostly just be a shitty Nightcrawler, right? It's just like the same stats with one more line of text. Am I supposed to play for all 3? Or do I just play hard for left and right? This Darkhawk is 24. I might be right to just Shang-Chi the right. You didn't include a Phoenix Force deck in your top deck video. Is that because it's relatively new, or it doesn't have the numbers to compete, or you don't think it has the numbers to keep up because it's too late? I think it's all of the above. It doesn't have any reasonable or consistent or powerful metrics. I think I want to play for all 3. It's only 1 cube. I think all 3 is right. We lose to Heimdall, right? I picked Heimdall. So, I've talked about this, so sorry to the people that are hearing me repeat myself. But I actually think, despite the Phoenix Force getting a really big buff, I think it's actually worse positioned after the OTA update than it was before the OTA update. And the reason for that is the Phoenix Force decks, generally speaking, don't have a lot of room to include interactive cards, and the numbers that they put into play are too small to keep up with other linear decks in the format like Mr. Negative and Living Tribunal. So I think despite the deck's main card getting better, the format has shifted in a way that makes the deck worse overall. I also think that there's a chance for that kind of shift to happen again here if these Legion Storm decks get popular, because what Phoenix Force is doing is probably good into like Legion Storm decks. So at this current snapshot in time, I think Phoenix Force is not doing anything that's good enough, but that's not a permanent state, right? It could change as the format continues to develop. There's someone that's coming in saying, best decks video, what's that? I always post metagame updates when there's things to think about, so if you want my thoughts on some of the current best decks in Marvel Snap, you can check out that video there on my Untapped page, or on my YouTube page. Moon Boots, thank you for the 23 months. I appreciate the almost 2 years. Hey, Crocsfire, thank you for the brand new Prime. There's a ton of great streamers you can send that to every month on Twitch. Thanks for sending it this way this month. Folks like you are the reason I'm able to do what I do, so thanks for keeping me around. See, Legion is good enough to spend caches or tokens on. I think if you are interested in playing Legion, it is likely a playable and reasonable Marvel step card. I'm gonna pork on the Karmartage, so they could have like Red Skull plus Taskmaster, so I want 2 shots here. I think they're going to nerf Legion. I think nobody has any idea, including Second Dinner, whether or not something is too good or too polarizing 14 hours after the card fucking released. I think Scarlet Witch is a better tech card now with Magic and Legion and Storm stuff. Yeah, definitely.
Victory.
And to King, thanks for the 3rd of a year. Welcome back. I think if I was one of you at home and I was missing High Evolutionary or Darkhawk and Legion looked sweet, I would open Spotlights if I had them. I think both Darkhawk and High Evolutionary are going to continue to be format staple Marvel snap cards. And I think Legion seems like it's likely to be competitive and do some novel things. I think I'd be happy to have any of the 3 cards in this week's caches. Obviously subjective, your mileage will vary, look at your collection, make your own decision, but when I ranked all of the caches, I ranked this week highly for a reason. Kalzaya, thank you for the 3rd of a year, welcome back.
Live from the Daily Bugle.
Snap.
Snap Shang-Chi into Monster Island in this house. I have High Evolutionary and Darkhawk is Legion worth your tokens. What's worth it to you to spend your tokens on is subjective. I have no idea what things are worth to you personally. And eat some pork here. Gotta go, unfortunately. Needed to find a Darkhawk here at the end. Did not. It always makes me chuckle when a card like Legion comes out that could just be a generic good card, and people are always like, what's the strategy here? What are we looking to do? Nothing fancy, chat. Legion's just a fine card that's decent on rate, that offers you reasonable utility.
Escape.
You don't need to have some big fancy plan. It's a card that helps you mitigate location variance and also can generate some blowout game states entirely on its own depending on what locations flip up. You know, speaking of locations that are good for us, Quantum Realm here is one that's kind of appealing, huh? With our loot gauge. I just gotta go again.
Escape.
Breaking news.
Zabu when we don't is rough. This is better here, right? Have Luke Gage for Jotunheim as well. I think I want to Enchantress this turn rather than Rock Slide. Because if I draw Darkhawk next turn, I want a Darkhawk plus Cage. I'm on that 50-50 at least. I have Stature here. Okay, stay. It's the third game of Gold Conquest. I don't know. I don't really pay attention. We just keep click and play. For people that are asking for Jeff replacements in chat, talking about cards like Thor and Shadow King and Wave, you're missing the purpose of what Jeff is in a deck like this. If you need to replace Jeff because you don't have it, you shouldn't be replacing it with some kind of clunky tech card that you're playing out in the final turns of the game to try and get your opponent. Jeff should be replaced by another proactive, cheap card, ideally that costs 2 energy, so you're not, like, killing it with your own Killmonger. Honestly, if I didn't have Jeff, I would probably sub Killmonger for a different tech card and then, like, make Jeff be, like, Iceman or something. You could also play Scorpion. They lost their Darkhawk to the discard, which I think is a pretty big L here while we lost Korg. I'm gonna snap them before Ham happens. Yeah, if you have Silk but don't have Jeff, you could play Silk. I generally assume most people that don't have Jeff also don't have Silk, though. I don't know, maybe that's a bad assumption. Enchantress them here next turn, Sedge. I'm gonna draw a Rock Slide here at some point. You have Jeff but don't have Silk. Yeah, that would be my general expectation, is if you're missing one of those 2 cards you're missing. Missing that one. Legion doesn't do anything here, unfortunately. I'm just supposed to leave. They also left. Give someone that can actually find a retreat button to bump back. This is a close one. Does Zerk want room for more 1-drops? I don't think you can play more 1-drops reasonably with Killmonger. Fitting Miles in could be a reasonable take. Cut like Killmonger and Spider-Ham maybe for other things. Both those cards are pretty good though. We know they have Enchantress is something to note. Are there any cards you just won't play because they're bad? There are some cards that I expect more money for people to make me play because they're bad. Actually, that's not even really true. I'll do most things for 10 bucks. Do we Darkhawk the Clintar to dodge Enchantress? No, I think we just wait to play this till the last turn. I'm up 7 points of power and have priority. This wins the game, right? Oh, they could move the Jeff. Yeah, that's true. Shit. I'm having some regret with my snap. Oh my god. What a beating. It's not a win, chat. They moved Jeff to the left. I shouldn't have snapped, I thought. I forgot about the Jeff moving. Nah, I don't want to win 3 straight. Wow! I can't believe they stayed there after the second game. For that last one where they both retreated. Their Shang middle would have been 9. I guess it would have tied with Legion middle, because we would have been 12 to 9, 3 to 0, 13 to 13. Yeah, if I would have Enchantress the middle, we would have set ourselves up for the Legion play. It's a good shout. I didn't want to, so the reason why I didn't Enchantress the middle was because we had a Darkhawk in my hand, right? So like I didn't know that we were gonna lose Darkhawk to Black Bolt as like the TLDR. Yes, if we would have drawn Korg on the last turn, we could have gone Korg here into Legion here second. Yeah, rough. But a ticket this time through. do you think of the Stature Black Bolt deck? The Stature Black Bolt deck is one of the many decks I called out as being one of the best decks in the current Marvel Snap format in my recent Best Decks video. Like a fuller articulation as to why it's one of the best decks, click the YouTube link. Spider-Ham's value is not great if Adeline is happening, so we'll prioritize playing our other 2-drops here. Black Widow kinda doesn't matter if we're gonna get a new hand here anyways. Well, that's certainly an expansion diff. Yikes. Haven't played much Snap since Leader was nerfed. Since Leader was broken, how did they handle that? They over-nerfed it initially, and then they dialed it back, and it's like a fine C+, B- card now that sees some amount of play. Kill, shoot. Would OG Leader be OP in this spin? I think that's the wrong fucking question to ask about something like that. The question you need to ask is, would Leader add value to the game existing again in its original state, and would it make the game more fun? To which I think the answer to that question is a resounding no. Oh, we actually lose to that, right? Tied middle. Tied, lose. What was Leader originally like? He copied every card you played in a turn. This is real fucked up. If you the only limiting factor to could the Leader not copy something was did they have space or not? So it's all right. We have turn 3 Rock Slide. We have Killmonger for Misty. There's some good disruptive elements. Shang-Chi Hawk. It's super stacked here. Happy to snap. Oh yeah, he was a 6/4 too on top of that all, right? One Mr. Cage, please. I just select to play for all 3 locations here, right? This is taking us to 15, so we're beating a wasp here. They Hulk one of these. Get the purple, beating that one.
Higher, further, faster, baby.
Lower, closer, slower, Grandma. Sit down.
Victory.
There's the double Titania leader beater in a video, definitely. I think it was in one of the She-Hulk double up decks back in the day. Black Widow's a weird include in their deck. Enchantress doesn't really have text against them, so I think I just play her out for tempo. I want to sit on the Killmonger for a turn, just in case this puts more squirrels into play. Come dream a dream, chap. Get your 4 energy lizards! 4 energy lizards here! Our opponents never retreated in their life, so this is probably a waste of time, but we'll do it because it's correct. Would Psylocke be good to make Legion playable on 4? Why do I need to play Legion on 4?
Escaped.
We won a game by Legioning Central Park earlier today. I filled our opponent's board up on turn 5 and was glorious. I'm gonna get Zabu building up in the island here. I think this is just build up on the island and then bail out of the Nexus with Hellfire Club here. We'll see how these hit, but it might just be Legion Hellfire Club next turn, I'm thinking. If you draw Shang-Chi, we'll yeah. Legion Hellfire it is. 6 cards in their deck, so Hawk will be 10 on the last turn. If we peel Shang-Chi, we'll still have the option to contest all 4 paths, which will be nice. Their Hulk's already used, and my center isn't Shang-Chi-able. They haven't played Wasp yet. I think we're good, right? Yeah.
Victory.
And that, honestly, I know that's not flashy or fancy, but I think that really highlights what Legion could do in just decks like this. Is like, there's something to be said for a card that just lets you mitigate location variance while having a decent rate. The rate on it, 8 for 5, is like fine. There's so many locations that your opponent is depending on them existing, the way they're setting up their game plan early in a game, where like being able to rug pull them effectively is quite strong. Has 7 cards in their deck. Yeah, Vault going mid really sucked. We're definitely not Legioning mid, chat. We lose the game if we Legion mid. I think it's leave. I don't think I'm supposed to pay this person out.
Escape.
I'll be 5 to 4 here and go into the next one. This isn't the proving grounds. We're not just letting them slam it in and finish their thing out. Okay. Does this work how I want it to work? Does anybody know? It does? Yeah, they changed it, right? It didn't used to work, but it works now. All right. And I'm pretty sure they explicitly changed that behavior. We do this to make sure we don't have priority, so Shang-Chi can be better on the last turn. not the Luke Cage I wanted for Christmas, but it's still pretty solid. Oh, so it could break a couple different ways, though.
Opponent snapped.
Oh, fuck me. I forgot about Dr. Doom. It's gonna be our last match with a fair grindy deck like this. Playing Conquest with these really interactive decks for 4 fucking hours straight is just so much of a mental grind. Oh, the tracker doesn't show it. Okay, I'm gonna blame the tracker on that one. You're right, we've seen the card though, but yeah, funny. Rip. Everybody tells me my tracker is a disadvantage. Or a competitive advantage. Then. There isn't anything I can draw that I can't play alongside Darkhawk next turn, so we'll just wait to commit his power to the board. Wasp and Hall, Grip. Need a bit of rock here. The Widow beats us by 1. Damn. That's the downside to waiting on the Hawk, because I didn't have priority for Rock Slide to get into their deck ahead of time. Discard cards for the Season Pass mission. Alright, I know what we're playing next. Do I have that loaded up, actually? Have it. Alright, hold on. Time to morb. I gotta delete a deck. My kingdom, Mr. Broad, for more deck slots. I actually completely disagree with you, Woopal. I think Legion's probably is likely going to be the best card released this month. I think it's only Series 4. I think it has a lot of good utility. Deck slots are auto mute. Auto mute. It's a close call, but auto mute. Oh, I don't. I posted a highlight with this one today. We can get rid of this one. This is why the discard deck isn't in here to begin with. I'm trying to figure out which Which deck to get rid of is, sure. Hello Living Tribunal is top tier though, and Hello Living Tribunal is very popular. I think Hello Living Tribunal is worse than playing Living Tribunal without Hello though. Some crystal for magic, and we go along our happy way. Yeah, there's some really good data mine magic variants. Not a huge fan of the ones we currently have.
Opponent snapped.
I really think a lot of people need to reassess how they evaluate Marvel Snap cards, because I keep hearing takes like this one from Wootball in chat where they're saying the Legion is a card where you're praying to RNG, and I assume the perspective on that is they view it as you're praying to RNG because you have to RNG into good locations for Legion. But Legion high-rolling good locations and winning the game for you on the spot is not his only mode. Legion is good because it's a card that adds consistency to your deck by letting you take a just okay location and wipe out a location that's bad for you with it. So yes, Legion does have this incredibly high roll potential where it could win the game on the spot, but it also has this really good average case potential where you just hit. It also has this really good average case potential where you can hit a just turn off locations that are not amazing for you to begin with. Yeah, it's like people get so caught up on the highest of rolls. Yeah, 5.8 is also a fine stat line. It's very, very true. Oh gosh, I played my things in the wrong order, didn't I? But that's fine. Snap them back at this point and drop Mr. MODOK over here on the left.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Not me. I won't play in the throne room. Discard cards quest. Check. A 5/8 that removes Limbo is good in this metagame. Agree. Alright, I should be dead here, right? Because they knew all the cards in my hand. So this is just like an 8 cube. I mean, maybe they just don't care or they're leaving. They could just have a bunch of silver tickets and not care. But like, they knew the entire contents of my hands there. I don't know. A lot of people play enough Proving Grounds, they have enough silver tickets, so it's whatever. They're just like only half paying attention. But I'm about there with them. I think I have like almost 20 silver tickets, almost 20 gold tickets. I'm gonna be hard pressed to convert all of them to infinite before the end of the season. You have 80 silver tickets, yeah. Yeah, honestly, just like playing silver with quick steps on one to try and high roll and move quickly, I don't think is a terrible play. What decks I like Legion in the most today? I think I liked it in the last Darkhawk deck that we were playing. It's just a good utility card. But I also liked it inside of the the more combo focused deck that we tried earlier. The non-high Evo Storm combo felt reasonable with like Kraven and Angela. That'll be the Kraven Angela. What's it called? Build will be the deck I highlight tomorrow morning. Lovely. See the Modoc now. Do you pay me to play with bad cards? We might do viewer deck submissions on Thursday or Friday this week. No guarantees though. Your tickets get converted to boosters at the end of the season. They do, yes. My body is ready for Gambit to discard Lady Zephyr.
I am Iron Man.
At least he killed Iron Man. Beggars won't be choosers and all that jazz. All right, Mr. Dockerson. Is there a reason we're playing this deck other than it's sweet and fun? I haven't played it with Magic yet, and there's a Battle Pass quest to discard cards from your hand. There's Mr. Dockerson. Alley-oop. This gives the Morbiuses plus a lot. Gives Collector plus 5. Dazzler! Not quite enough.
Victory.
Not quite enough. Sherry Slap isn't amazing for us, but it's also not really great for them either, so. The Kraven build's gonna be my highlight tomorrow. I think the Darkhawk deck's also good, though. That's not really a new Legion deck. That deck's been good for a while. So my hand here is okay. It just doesn't have any of our cheap things, unfortunately. And Helicarrier cuts us off in draws and endpoint flip to lose. Is 16 power Apocalypse enough to win us the game somewhere else? I could draw Morbius this turn and then, like, Swarm the next turn. Magic! I would love to draw Magic, chat. That sounds lovely. What if I just do this? Then I have 11 power Kitty and 16 power Apocalypse next turn. I'm kind of into it. We could play Gambit off the top, sure could. How big's the Morbius? Is it bigger than 16? I discarded, I have 5 cards discarded, and then I binned Apocalypse twice. So it's 14. It's only 14. We'll be a fish for one here. Oh my god, are we gonna get tripled? We're gonna get tripled. GG. It's close-ish, all things considered. So, Apocalypse, so this number is deceiving. This is not the total number of cards that you've discarded from your hand in a game. This is your discard pile, for lack of a better term. And Apocalypse, when he gets discarded, doesn't go to your discard pile. He goes back to your hand. So he counts for Morbius for how much power he's going to have, but he doesn't count, as a card in your discard pile, if that makes sense. Yeah, so Swarm gets added to your discard count because Swarm doesn't return itself to your hand. It gets discarded and then creates copies in your hand. I think Titan's better for them than it is for us, so I'm gonna get rid of it. Oh, you know what? I should probably put Gambit into the Dark Dimension here instead of risking the MODOK bin. That's what I should do. Yeah, Sabretooth and Deadpool are similar to Apocalypse, but for destroyed. Nice! Some professionalism from Gambit is great to see. It's a good plan. Untapped only shows ladder matches, not things from Conquest. There's a Conquest button at the top of the screen. Click on it. Gambit was discarded twice. I think I just don't fight for the Dark Dimension. Jean Grey could be insane here. Why? Could you explain? Yeah, it's a 10 power Morbius, so 3 in the discard plus Apocalypse twice. How does Jean Wright mess up their last turn? There's a chance they fill the Dark Dimension this turn anyways. Yeah. The odds of Jean doing something useful there are low. Welcome back to Hooglandia, Kitsune. One of the many upsides to subscribing to the channel, past helping us hit our ad-free goal for the month, is getting around slow mode in chat. That's true. Using Jeffrey Bezos' dollar reduced to get around slow mode is the best way to do it. Thanks for the support. Man. Yep. We got a Legion, we got a Legion into bar with no name win earlier today. Yeah, honestly, against their archetype, we probably want to avoid playing Magic unless we really need her effects. Opening Spotlight caches to get Series 4 cards when you could be using them to get Series 5 cards in the future, I think is almost always wrong. Question mark. Do I need this? I do. Could go either way. I think Legion's great. Seems like a fun and competitive card. And also, I'd also assume though, if you've gotten this far without having Darkhawk in your collection, you're probably not someone who has access to a lot of collector's tokens. Waiting for Darkhawk to come to Series 3. And they say they died while waiting for Darkhawk to come to Series 3. It was a long and fulfilled life, void of powerful 4-drops.
Escaped.
I have no inside information that I'm basing the following statement on. It is purely speculation. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if Darkhawk doesn't hit Series 3 this calendar year. One. My hand's solid. I'm gonna stay here. Yes, Mirage is Series 4 as well, but then all of the August cards are currently data mined to be Series 5 releases. Will Legion go into the shop rotation next week? I mean, he's in the shop right now. For fuck's sake, Gambit. God damn it, Gambit. You did an August card review. Yep. Did an August card review, and I did a review of all the cards coming up in Spotlight Caches in August. Can find those there. Oh, we're super dead. My Dutch. I am American. That's fine. We finished our we need to discard cards mission. Which is the goal here going into this set. Hoagland is a Dutch last name. That's because one of the many things that makes America great is the fact that lots of people immigrate here from cultures all around the world. All of those asshole conservatives that hate immigration and ancestors that immigrated here, and they wouldn't be here if it wasn't for immigration. So yes, at some point, several generations ago, I had family that immigrated here from the Netherlands. Some Polish, some Italian in there, a whole bunch of things. I think I needed a couple more games on a highlight with the Moon Girl She-Hulk deck. Yeah, let's play a little bit of that. I have a Dutch last name and no Dutch ancestry. Weird stuff happens at ports of entry back in the day. Yeah. Six infinite tickets. Is that one setting? My mother has done a lot of ancestry style research stuff on my family, and my highest percentage of anything is actually Italian. My grandfather on my mother's side was 100% Italian. Which makes me a quarter Italian. Those that are bad at quick maths. Jake's Revenge! Thank you for the third of a year. Welcome back. Appreciate that. What do I do for work outside of streaming? Streaming has been my full-time job for about 5.5 years now. Before I streamed Marvel Snap, I did Magic the Gathering and other turn-based and strategy card games. A little bit of Runeterra, some Mythgard, a whole bunch of different things over the years. Shout out to all of our wonderful channel subscribers that make that a possibility. Looking solid. We don't have a good way to fill Raft, but we've got like She-Hulk, Infinite Moon Girl. I think I'm gonna Psylocke. I guess I might Psylocke into Moon Girl. Maybe we have an okay time in the Raft here. My thoughts on Hearthstone. I think Hearthstone's core game system is pretty solid, but its deck building depth is kind of lacking in a way that lost my interest pretty quickly. When will Nebula be Series 3? No one has any idea on when cards downgrade or on what schedule moving forward. Did you go straight from Magic to Snap? It wasn't around back then. Did you play some other games before Snap came out and clicked? So the last probably 2 years or so before Snap release, I was doing a split of Magic the Gathering and different variety games, trying to find something else that would stick, because I just like wasn't very happy with Magic the Gathering in general. None of them really took off. It's basically impossible to move to a new game when you've been a primarily one game streamer up until that point. I honestly wasn't even expecting Snap to take off for me, but I'm happy that it did. This is definitely a Galactus angle here. We have a direct line of communication with Ben Brode / Snap with the interface with Gary. I personally have never interacted with Ben Brode. They have a bunch of excellent people on their community team that I interact with on the regular, though. Iron Man's kind of fucking scary, chat. Does this win? I want to find out. 25, 28, 15. Oh, yeah. Cosno says, ouch. Played Legion. Yeah, we spent the first 4 hours today playing Legion X. There will be Legion highlights up on the YouTube channel tomorrow and Thursday for sure. Am I playing Psylocke this turn so that way when I Moon Girl on 4, I don't overfill my hand and I get to copy whatever I draw? I think the answer is yes, because this way, if I draw Titania, I can copy it. Titania would be a great copy. Opponent's playing Surfer Negative, for those that aren't super familiar. I don't want to give the Mr. Negative deck an extra turn, so I'm not going to Magic, because the rest of my hand is solid here. Wong's kind of scary. They might play Scared of Cosmo and use their Wong this turn, though. Just for the sake of... Oh, that's another good way to do it. So they are just putting a second Wong down while they have priority. Makes sense. You want to have priority either way. They don't know that, though, Nostrades. We just play for these two. 14. We're good here. We go 15, 16 in the middle. Oh, I forgot about the -2. We lose the breaker. Rip. Close game. No Nebula. Not playing Nebula gave Sunspot +1. I mean, I explicitly played the Cosmo on the left because I expected my opponent to play harder for the left than the center. We effectively lost a coin flip. If She-Hulk is reduced, will she count towards Mirage Bulls? I think so. Just need to play my cards out here, so Adelan's a little bit less bad for us. Not gonna play Titania out, because playing Titania Chicken sounds not great. But I think we'll snap them since they've made no plays into Adelan, which is bad for them. They're actually gonna get super diluted here. Will Maria Hill ever be used with Mirage? I mean, Maria Hill's not really a playable card at the moment, so I'd be kind of surprised if she's good with Mirage, or better than Mirage. Basically never playing Magic in this matchup. Their deck is a much better Magic deck than we are. Cobble Gaming, thank you for the 3rd of a year. Welcome back. Surprised we haven't seen Magic with it. I mean, one of their 2 missing cards is definitely Magic. Oh, we hadn't actually seen Mr. Negative proper yet. Good shout. So they could, if they Wong Surfer, they put 8 in the middle. They could Wong Mystique Surfer. I don't think I'm playing around that. This beats Wong Surfer. Yeah. Victory. Hey, Guard, thanks for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. But it makes sense to buy Series 4 of the token shop to increase your likelihood to get a Series 5 card for the last one. No, that's not how it works, Kyle. You're equally likely to get all the cards from the random one, and you can get repeats, so. Yeah, the 4th/random slot being able to be repeats is basically a way to ensure that you don't incidentally get series complete for super cheap. They're a big part of the feature that makes it so Spotlight caches give more cards to people that have less Series 4 and 5 cards as a catch-up mechanic. Early consensus on Legion. Card's good. How good? I don't know. I'd be very surprised if Legion wasn't a playable card. Is there any reason to play Armor Out here? I don't think so, right? I guess playing Armor Out is good if I draw... I was gonna do this. I'm gonna suck this turn. For those that haven't been keeping up on announcements, they've already announced that they're gonna be changing the random Series 4 and 5 card getting replaced by a variant to be a 1,000 collector's tokens, which I think will be a positive change. All the sunspots are good little communists. They all share this energy appropriately. We'll get +3 on each of them here. Spotlight casts are 1 per 100 collection levels, 1 per 120 collection levels. You get about 4.5 of them per month.
I am Iron Man.
Feels like it could cut either way. Just another Ironheart.
Iron Man.
Close. This deck feels solid again. I always like these Moon Girl, She-Hulk decks. Magic being beneficial to them was a nice change. This is, people that are newer to Snap, this is a deck we used to play a bunch of, but different metagame shifts and card balance changes push it out of the format. There's the 1K token change for Spotlight. It's going to affect the next patch, which is August 8th, I believe. Oh my god, it's a ladder game. I always do that. I go to check missions, then I queue out and hit a ladder game by mistake. Ain't nobody want to play ladder games, chat? I've got dozens of tickets to convert. Not super familiar with other card games, but I think it's really impressive how often meta shift so many viable decks are in Snap. Yeah, in other card games, it's not nearly that good. the type of regular management and care that Marvel Snap gets is the type of management I've been advocating for in other card games that I've played for literal years, and had it fallen on deaf ears. Honestly, it's not even limited to card games too. Like I spent a ton of time playing Pokemon Unite as one of the variety games I played, the Pokemon MOBA, and one of the constant critical complaints about that game too is that they were just too slow to do balance passes and meaningfully impact the meta. And so it's so weird to me that live service games are so hesitant to actually make balance passes on things. It's very refreshing to experience Second Dinner treating their live service game like a live service game and making adjustments instead of just like releasing content and calling it good to go. Series drops for next month have not been announced. If they were... Actually, they told us that series drops would get announced 2 weeks in advance, right? Meaning, if there were series drops coming, we'd get an announcement today. All right, I'm gonna poke a bear real quick. Hold on, I'm gonna poke a... They told us they would happen 2 weeks out. I'm gonna ask, hey, if there are series drops coming, we'd find out today. It kind of feels like regular caches are pointless once you get all with Series 3. Yeah, it's always been that way. Always has been .meme. Snaps, balancing cycle is everything on out of a live service game. I always thought once card games went digital, this would be the norm because it just makes sense. Big agree. Yeah, for those coming in asking about Legion, we're not playing Legion right now because all of the good Legion decks that we played were super thinky, make my brain hurt decks. And after 4.5 hours of playing those decks inside of Conquest, my brain felt kind of fried. I think there's a couple of good variations of those. I'll have highlights on the YouTube channel with them the next 2 days, but I wanted to just point slam for the last couple hours of the stream here.
Opponent snapped.
It could be a Shang-Chi deck, I guess. They thought they were scamming us, chat. Someone's certainly getting fucking scammed, but it isn't me. Out! Out! This is actually why I played the Psylocke on turn 4. Because playing the Psylocke on turn 4 meant we passed on turn 5 with 6 energy, which let me Infinite and She-Hulk this turn. Call the ambulance, but not for me. Thanks for the 4 cubes. Let's go next here. What happens in physical card games when they print an OP card? Is there going to be a Legion highlight that doesn't use Jeff? I mean, no. The actual answer is every remotely optimal Legion deck also includes Jeff. Jeff is a really good Marvel Snap card. You should spend your tokens on it. Jeff is arguably one of, if not the best card you can purchase with tokens. Yeah, you have no idea how much joy it brings me that my namesake is a phenomenal Marvel Snap card. So much joy. Jeff isn't in a Spotlight cache until the first week in August. If you're anywhere close to being able to get him for tokens, just spend the tokens. Did I say August? I meant September. Apologies if my mouth noises made the wrong noises. 6 weeks out, 5 weeks out, 4 weeks out, 4.5. If you want to see the full upcoming lineup of the schedule, it's right here. Or sorry, the cash schedule. It's here. There's no way passing wins the game, right? 0%? Yeah, it's like play a Hulk and we die. Holy cats! Thank you for the 10 months. Welcome back. Yeah, my monthly ad and a Jeff stream reminder. That's true. Unfortunately, we cannot disable those pre-roll ads. We keep the mid-rolls off, thanks to folks like you. Appreciate it. Yeah, if we stay in, we definitely pass. Is it possible to get the Spotlight card and the Variant Fit card the same week? Yep, just keep opening boxes. I would not recommend investing resources into Legion if you're missing Jeff. I think you'll get more play out of Jeff or other cards. If you're missing Darkhawk or High Evolutionary and want to open boxes to get one of those, opening it incidentally getting Legion is probably fine, but I would not make it your goal. They added VFX to a bunch of cards in the most recent patch. Our next kind of mediocre into Spider-Man, huh?
Opponent snapped.
Legion is great, Jen.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Yeah, I don't think I want to play this matchup anymore. That's like probably a bad choice into a meta game that's being more controlling with the addition of Legion to the game. Probably one we backburner for a little bit. I was feeling okay into the more linear decks people were playing because our number output is big, but everybody's like Spider-Manning us and shit. This is a really bad choice. Let's do some more of this one. I think this is gonna be the highlight tomorrow morning on the YouTube side. We started with this one this morning and it felt quite reasonable. Second Dinner has been pretty amazing at their live service game. It frustrates me when people scream that Second Dinner doesn't care and phone everything in. You should just remove those types of people and places where those types of posts gain traction from your life. Stop visiting Reddit. Stop going into like the large public Discord channels. All those places do is breed negativity from salty little babies. I'm probably supposed to move Jeff this turn, so that way I can Storm plus Miles next turn if we peel her. I don't know what they're doing yet. It's a damn shame we can't Legion the Nowhere onto the Wong. Yeah, probably negative or something like that. To run counter to what I just said a little bit, I do think using Reddit as like a news aggregator is like mostly fine. Well, I could wait to play this because I moved Nightcrawler, right? Just fine for now.
Wind, aid my hand.
Alright, so almost assuredly negative Surfer. I think we just spread out like this. This kills the Limbo. Yeah, that's the point. Yep. Neat recommendations on where you can find decks you can build. I post deck highlights 7 days a week on my YouTube channel. Other than that, no, just like, that's the only way to find hand-pick stuff. This is basically what I do, is hand-pick out things that look interesting and feel reasonable to highlight them. Otherwise, you're just sorting through deck stuff, looking for yourself.
Opponent snapped.
I want to stay. My hand's solid. unfortunate joke for us.
Wind, aid my hand.
Escape.
Some days you're the pigeon, other days you are the statue.
This just in.
Right? Knowing they have Silver Surfer is a good thing long term. This deck list is my favorite Haiva, or my favorite Legion deck that I've played so far. We played some Haivo versions earlier today, and I was less impressed with them. I also really like this Angela Craven package in general, though. I think it's the best negative deck at the moment. The most popular negative deck is the Surfer negative deck that's been seeing play. As for the best, I really like the Deadpool negative deck. I think it has the best linear game plan. Damn it, Silk. You say why you like this one better than the Darkhawk deck. This is actually a Legion deck. The Darkhawk deck was a Darkhawk deck. For lack of a better term.
I am Iron Man.
Yeah, this matchup seems not good when we don't have our Legion combo. We know they have Surfer. The problem is that we go down 11 in the middle, right? For cube.
Escape.
I don't even need Brood Surfer. Like any 3-drop plus Surfer because of Silk moving around. Hey, thanks for the biddies, Francisco. Unless you have essentially every card in Marvel Snap, I think it's almost always wrong to try and open caches on the weeks where you're only missing one card. Yeah, Sassy, thanks for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. Just for what it's worth to people at home. I don't think we've actually legioned them yet, right? So they might not know this is coming. Silk to go mid here, ideally. Well, I guess if she goes right, we have another shot at it. You showed the first game? Okay. Imports, chat. Why do I need to draw Jeff? I have Sunspot on the left.
Victory.
How many credits does it take to get 4 spotlight caches? That's really not a useful or relevant question to ask yourself. The question isn't how many spotlight caches does it credits it take to get spotlight caches. It's if you're spending money, should you be buying credits? And the answer is no. If you're someone that's spending money to accelerate your Marvel Snap collection progress, you should still be focusing on buying things that give you collector's tokens, like the Shang-Chi bundle and Token Tuesdays. This, and then we could Storm plus Miles next turn. Free-to-play players get about 4.5 spotlights per month. Do whatever brings you joy. I spent money on a Pixel variant. It was the worst decision, but it makes me happy. Yeah, I mean, my 3-year-old eats her boogers on occasion. I think it's kind of gross, but she tells me that they're yummy, so, you know, what do I know? If you've never had one of her boogers yourself, you can't judge how they taste. I don't know about that one, boss. Similar to my Planet Fitness membership, I may not be here all that often, but I still spend my $5. What's going on, Slim? Thanks for the 38 months. I think because they didn't have negative after their zombie, we press the button and then they leave. Yeah. Burn them down. Your silk ferret is so good. Are you gonna get the one from Spotlights? I don't know. I really like the Spotlight variant, the Spotlight one too. But this one I have now is very solid. It's hard to be too upset with it. You still get Series 4 cards for normal caches? No. How many Spotlight caches do you have? I think I have 15 or 16 at the moment. We're just giving up Asgard. And I guess I could have contested that. I could have gone Craven, move Jeff, armor. Would have been 5, 10 exactly. Season pass spenders don't get meaningfully addition Spotlight caches per month. The big difference season pass spenders get is an additional 1,600 gold or so, which equates to a little bit more than 1,000 extra tokens per month via things like Token Tuesdays. Thursday is going to be a double video day for me. Well, I'll have a video going over the Marvel Snap economy in its current state, where I talk through what free-to-play players get each month, what season pass players get, and how much whales need to spend on things. It's been a while since we've done an update on that with the Spotlight cache system. I think it's worth taking a look at everything. I think with no turn 2 player from them, it means they're not going to turn 3 negative. We probably snap them. The Shang bundle, worth it. It's better than some, worse than others. As always, if you want to see how the bundles compare, exclamation point bundle in my channel gets you a video with the comparison of all the upcoming ones. All right, we got to win one of the next 2. Man, this match has been an absolute slog, huh? Yeah, the opponent knows the ins and outs of their deck really well. They've been snapping and retreating super appropriately. We have the lockout here, right? And we even have Miles Morales next turn as well, which is great. The 1-drop was a great draw here. Nightcrawler would have been slightly better, but this will do in a pinch. Yeah, as someone who talks about the Marvel Snap economy a lot and has done a lot of math regarding the Marvel Snap economy, there are a ton of people who haven't done any math and parrot numbers that are very, very wrong.
Wind, aid my hand.
Perfect. Ooh, they have priority here. They could magic my flooding. Got him. Unless there's a Jeff hiding down over there. What a slog. 9-round game. Whew. Why didn't they play Surfer mid? That's a good question, actually. Yeah, if their Surfer went mid, they beat the Legion, right? They were concerned with Mojo World, but like, we were getting rid of Mojo World. Yeah, they just didn't count, I think is the take. Yes, when you buy a cosmetic bundle with a card that you don't have, you can use that variant from the bundle as the card effectively. You'll still have to eventually open the base card out of a box for purposes of being Series 3 complete. But you get to play with the card sooner by buying the cosmetic, essentially. Is accurate summation of what happens. I think Electra needs a buff. I think Killmonger needs a nerf. What are some of the incorrect economy numbers you've been seeing? I mean, most of the things that people say that are incorrect about the economy have nothing to do with numbers and everything to do with their fucking feelings. Oh, you know what? I should have played Nightcrawler into the Nebula path here. I'm talking and clicking at the same time. It's a dangerous, dangerous game. I would recommend spending your collector's tokens on cards you want to play games of Marvel Snap with. Bold take, I know. Think we're dead. See, these are comments like this are the ones that I find frustrating. Isn't that what's important to the average player, though? If the system doesn't feel satisfying, then something is messed up and needs to be refined. Nothing that I said had anything to do or talked about the system feeling good or not needing to feel better, the details not needing to be adjusted. The point that I was discussing is that people use their feelings in substitution of saying something that's not true. So it is fine and acceptable and arguably even good to say these parts of the system feel unsatisfying or actively bad. That's good feedback, that's actionable and things that should be worked on. What should not happen are people that say shit like, this system is worse for the players and you get less cards. I hear that type of shit constantly, and it is objectively wrong by every measurable metric associated with the new system. The other part of the thing, though, is there are a lot of people who, when they talk about things not feeling good, what they actually mean is, I want everything for free and it's never gonna feel good if I can't have every card right when it releases for free. I don't want Marvel Snap to be a dead game like Legends of Runeterra. And a big part of what killed Legends of Runeterra was the fact that the economy didn't make people feel interested or invested in playing the game. And you could say what you want about, well, shouldn't people just play the game because it's fun? And yeah, they should, but that's also just not how human psychology works, is. The push comes to shove, the truth of the matter is, the reason why these type of predatory monetization systems are popular is because they get people to play more and spend more money. Basically, every live service game is eventually going to have a metagame that isn't fun or good. Is like the truth. And it's important for these games to be able to survive that their economy help the players feel compelled to keep playing even when the metagame's not ideal, because once people stop playing your game, that's it, the jig is up, they're probably not coming back. Getting people who have left a game like this to come back is very difficult. So having some type of economic levers to get people to continue playing is very important. What I'm doing here, all the options feel like they kind of suck. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of people who are freshly Series 3 complete who are like complaining reserves aren't exciting when you're Series 3 complete. It's like, yeah, that's always been a problem. Do nothing and farm for the YouTube content. That's the real big brain play. Wait, what? I'm sorry, what? Okay, so they're gonna storm the bar. And I'll do this for one more cube. They could Legion the bar. They're almost assuredly a Legion deck as well. They might have gotten us here with Legion. Oh yeah, that's our Legion, right? Yeah. No, they got us. Feels like there's a big batch of Series 3 completers coming in first time, yeah. Yeah, as someone who's been, like, I agree. Spotlight Cash has added joy back to the ladder system for me. For a long time, I just didn't care about anything, any other rewards on the ladder. Or any other rewards on the collection track once you're Series 3 complete, and the new system changed that. Glad to hear someone use the word predatory when describing Marvel Snap. All modern video games essentially utilize predatory monetization. One of the things that a lot of people don't understand when it comes to talking about predatory monetization is a lot of people are just cheap and or broke, and they think expensive equals predatory. And that's a very common misunderstanding. Just because something is expensive doesn't mean it's predatory, and just because something is free doesn't mean it's not predatory. When we talk about predatory monetization in the games industry, what we're referring to is the use of psychological levers to get players to do things that they otherwise wouldn't be interested in doing. Like we talked about Runeterra a second ago. Runeterra is widely lauded as one of the most player-friendly economies when it comes to games. That being said, Runeterra is also incredibly predatory with its systems. Battle passes are predatory. Daily missions are predatory. And a lot of people think just because those things are cheap, it's fine. Alright, I don't think they can beat us here. Famous last words. Squirrels. Squirrels! Alright, come and get me. Yeah, fear of missing out is a predatory sales tactic. It's also worth noting that, like, these style of games didn't invent predatory sales either, right? Like, you know what else is a predatory sales tactic? Candy bars at the cash register when you're walking out of the grocery store. Those are a predatory sales tactic. This is a full tie, right? That's funny. You know what else is a predatory sales tactic? When I go to buy an iced tea at the gas station, and they're $2.50 for one or 2 for 4. I can't just, I didn't want to drink a second one, but what am I gonna do? Pay an extra 50 cents for the only one I'm gonna drink? Nah, fuck you. I'm gonna buy 2 of them for $4. That's just a good deal, chat. Flash a Burr, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Yeah, the weekend sales at your local grocery store. Those are a predatory sales tactic. Addicted to the value, exactly. Yeah, that one too. Small drink at the movie theater is $6, the large is $7.50. Well, obviously I'm gonna get the 8 extra ounces for $1.50. It's just a good rate, chat. Welcome to late stage capitalism. It's all predatory all the way down. Yeah, talking about the platform that we're on, there's a reason why you will never see a scam train appear on my Twitch stream. You ever see that hype train thing that pops up over the chat on some Twitch streams when people start donating bits and stuff? Hype trains are a Twitch feature that's designed to encourage people to impulse spend money that they maybe shouldn't be spending. So I have hype trains turned off to make sure that that behavior doesn't get encouraged by my channel. And obviously, there's shades of black and white and gray in all of those discussions, right? Like, you could even make an argument that, like, my sub goal help keep the channel ad-free. Even that's degrees of psychological manipulation. So it's not to say if this is manipulative, it's automatically bad, or if it's not, it's automatically good, but you assume they couldn't be turned off. They can in fact be turned off. Yeah, I think we're just gonna fucking mind rot them here, huh? And we'll play Chavez and call it a day. All right, they were all aboard for the mind rot plan. Toot toot. Honestly, I bet that displaying your sub goal is over 2,500 deters people from it. That's true. If I really wanted to be max manipulative with it, I would have the goal automatically update when we hit the 2,500 to be a number that's bigger. That's true. Go in here and lose. Yeah, rip. Big ol' Brady, thank you for the prime, appreciate that. They get rid of the free gold ticket each day for wins. Yeah, that was only for a week. I donated 20 subs to a stream one time to get them over to their goal, only for them to have them move the goal up, and it felt super bad. Yup. Yeah, that's super scummy. I ain't even, it's funny, it kind of just, like, tells you how my brain works in my goals with these things. Like, it never even occurred to me, it's just like, oh, we're gonna keep raising it up once we hit the goal. Because in my mind, that kind of defeats the purpose. What I want to do. Am I playing something in the middle? I might play Silk in the middle and just let her kind of decide wherever she wants to end up at.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
They have to put 2 power here. And then I'm effectively going to 9 versus 6. So they need 4 power here. Oh no, they have Nebula. So we're just dead. Feels bad, man. Yeah. I'll be honest, this is a silver match. I don't really want to play. I can't say that I've missed playing into this much high Evo lockdown. High Evo lockdown being out in force as a result of Legion being out. That's part of today's sets have been. Today's sets have been exhausting. Is it just me, or does he talk like he's writing an essay or something? Yeah, I have a college education, and I'm good at articulating myself and my thoughts on things. So I talk in the form of coherent and complete sentences. Apologies. Apologies for that. This streamer talk good? His mouth noises make sense? Apology not accepted. All right, you know what? I think we still got about 2,000 people in here, so I'm not signing off yet. I need to just slam though, chat. We're gonna turn the brain off for a little bit. Maybe we'll make smaller mouth noises. A little less coherent. Maybe I've been meaning to play some more of this post-Magic change. Let's just send to the Space Jam chip. Your fancy book learning. For people that are new to the channel, in a former life, I have a graduate degree and an undergraduate degree in mathematics. I spent time teaching at both the high school and college level. Did a stint in, corporate America doing data process and automation stuff at a Fortune 50 company. Was it a compliment or an insult? I don't know. And well, that one feels like it could go either way. Electro, Carnage, Wave, Nimrod, Shuri, Null. Some solid hits here on this one. Do you mean by automation, like testing? Essentially what I did was I went around to some different areas in the business and people showed me processes that they were doing manually, generally in office products or other things just at their workstations, and then I automated their workflows. So like, rather than them selling isn't useful either way. Just magic. I'm sure the people that currently still work in corporate America are fair, but like one of the processes that always stuck out in my mind is this person was showing me the work that they did, and I kid you not, one of the steps in their process at one point was, and now I print out this spreadsheet so I can have it on my desk, and then I copy the numbers from this spreadsheet printed out on my desk that I'm reading into this other spreadsheet to prepare this report. How often do you, or like, the other one that stuck out of my mind, there was a point where, it was like this several hundred row Excel spreadsheet, and I changed one of the numbers in like one of the 10 column rows, and the number I changed didn't auto update the sum on the right side of the screen. Someone had gone through and manually summed hundreds of rows, like a dozen columns across, without using any formulas. just stuff like that. You're giving examples of my work right now. Yeah, it's there's a world where this wins the game, I think. Am I living in it? I could be living in it. Copium. Go left, Wolvie! God bless us, every wolf. Oh, the Mind Stone gets us, Chad. It had to be Mind Stone, too. Brutal. Hey, Brink. Thanks for the entire year. Let's get you a sword to go with that shield. Welcome back. All right, last old office story from my previous lifetime a decade ago, because I don't want to give too many people PTSD about their jobs. But other people that understand how technology works, you know how this goes when you work in an office. Because I automated a lot of Excel-related things, I was the Microsoft Office guy in the area where I worked. So you always have people just like come to you with really fucking stupid Microsoft Office questions. And one of the things I always made a point to do with those questions is I would pull up Google on my computer in front of them and show them that I was typing their question into fucking Google, and then provide them with the answer. I'm sure many of you have been there. It's crazy how many millennials can't even Google things. Well, to be fair, so I finished grad school at 21. So this was 11 years ago. So most of the people I was working with were not other millennials. They were folks that were a good bit older than myself at that point. I think Legion and Rhino are good or what? I don't know why Rhino would be good, but I think Legion is a solid Marvel Snap card. Mr. Scam is here.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
I don't know if this wins or not, but it's kind of fun, so let's do it. Oh, I forgot that we were gonna get a second one. I was expecting a second one. We needed Wolverine. Well, even if Wolverine went left, we were still dead, right? We were losing the breaker there either way. I can't remember the last time I went to see a movie without children. Probably not anytime soon. Oh, I'm familiar with let me Google that for you. Usually those folks need more of a helping hand than actually just a Google search link. You need to fully run it down for them. Yeah, is Destroy's Time in the Sun thoroughly over, chat? We were having fun with this deck last time we played, but these prison decks are out in full force. What's going on, Tekis? These glasses are a special type of frames that are designed to not rest on your ears so they don't get crushed underneath your over-ear headphones. They work quite well. Wait, what? How the fuck did that happen? Oh, it's turn 4 off a Psylocke. Yeah, it just full scammed every game. Yeah, this is a Thanos control deck from the best decks video recently. It is accurate. It is unfortunately very, very good. Okay, I'm gonna play Iron Lad. Iron Lad's gonna hit Wolverine. Destroyer's gonna put Wolverine into the Sanctum Sanctorum. We're gonna win the game.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
All right, mercy, mercy, mercy.
Escaped.
Nah, this was silver. I've been playing all silver. Just have so many silver tickets. God, this deck's probably shit into that stuff too. I guess it's not as bad with Collector and Bishop, maybe. Killmonger goes. Let's try. Might be a disaster. We'll see. Tribunal has been there. Oh, we should do that. That actually sounds great. Do I have that in my deck editor anymore? That's what I would do. I just want to slam. I just want to slam fucking Marvel Snap Guards and just not think. Or did I get a game? Was there a reconnect? Fuck me. It's so bad at telling you that there's actually a game. Thank you, chat. I should get some kind of pop-up warning when that happens. Someone asked, is Collector better than Hitmonkey? Did you not just hear us bitch and complain about dying to the control decks? Collector and Bishop are the only reason you'd have a shot in that kind of matchup. I think the Hela version of Living Tribunal is worse than the non-Hela version. In my opinion. The Hela version's definitely more popular, though. Man, where's an Iron Fist when you need one? I'll snap the hooks when you're the Collector. Zabu Dracula. You're cooking, chat. Cooking. I'll split up and try and contest every path here, basically. Iron Fist is our best draw next turn here. Have a Falcon enjoy. East. Spread out and play for every path here. It is a bold Professor scam. Yep. Six card Dracula hands or Morbius in my future? Are they beating us in the middle? We get like Shang-Chi or something? We get Shang-Chi, I guess. Maybe I'm supposed to like pull Kitty Pryde into the middle after powering up Angela to play around Shang. Sure, you got me. What a weird deck. Oh shit, you know what, chat? It's 3:30. I'm gonna go ahead and call it a day. We'll be back again. We'll be back again tomorrow. I think I've had enough Professor Xing for one day. It was a shellacking. If you missed it, there was a lockout clutter deck with Green Goblin and Debris up on the Hooglandia Step YouTube channel. Appreciate everybody that checks that out. I am bouncing out for the day. Looks like Educated Collins is streaming. I'm gonna raid you over his way. Check him out. He's making some good stuff. I'll be back again tomorrow morning. Peace, folks.